Hello, everybody, far and wide, and welcome to this forum that looks back in time. Courtesy of Casa D18 Studios, we hope you enjoy what's being called Throwback Thursday. Over the coming weeks, months, and hopefully years to come, we hope that you will enjoy us opening the vaults and archives to look back at some of the most unique content across all of our platforms, whether it's Casa D18 Studios, the Jeff Meacham Network, NoDQ.com, my Sybil YouTube channel, The Sybil Man's Brand, and of course, FTW Productions, hosted by James Hebert at jhebertside95. It basically is just going to offer you a ton of classic content. So with that being said, buckle up, have fun, take a seat, just enjoy life and enjoy wrestling and enjoy what this Throwback Thursday has in store for you. And again, I hope that you stay tuned for many more that hopefully will come too.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.
JJ, Jeff, you want to kick this thing off? Because I'm still trying to process everything here.
Yeah, it's like,
Who wants to go
Okay.
first?
Yeah, who wants to go first?
well,
Come on in. It's open mic night with your host.
you could maybe say there's really 4 topics, but it's split into 6.
The Renegade, JJ Williams.
The Sammy and Eddie Kingston thing, which one's the better smelling turd?
And his panel of co-hosts.
I am the founder. We'll call me that for today since we're going with the Jeff Jarrett love theme here this week, according to JJ.
The West Coast Professor, Jeff Meacham.
Karma is karma is karma.
That's professional wrestling! Damn it!
The Simple Man, Noah Foster.
It's showtime! Yeah! How you doing, JJ? How you doing, Jeff?
James.
Yeah.
And the He-Man, James Hebert.
Imagine Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Paul White, the Baldies. There you go. It sells
Oh,
itself.
God.
Get in there.
Short his ass and shit the bed.
He's not Amber Heard.
Give it time, JJ. Give it time.
Now, I'm sure Jeff has some stuff that
Dumb move. Just don't pull this bullshit again. You get one.
Tony needs to stop caring about the ratings.
Bradshaw said as long as the ads are in place, we're not going to lose that third hour.
Ring of Honor does not have to be AEW Live. They don't necessarily have to coexist with each other. We kind of saw that tonight to a degree.
Along with a panel of guests.
He is no longer glorious. Don't you bring that up. You want me to rant about what my NXT used to... No, we are done here for the night. I swear, James.
Because you never know who may show up for open mic night.
I leave our company in the capable hands of an extraordinary group of superstars, employees, and executives.
The first thing that came to my mind was, it's about damn time.
Amen.
I
literally touched everybody in the state's trash. So I've... It's horrible, you guys.
Peyton's new thing is Dennis the Menace, but it's funny because she calls it Dentist the Medicine. And
That's great.
When Elliot Taylor came out and did Born for Greatness live, I was popping my pussy, having a great time. I didn't care. I was having so much fun.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Fuck Bill Belichick.
Football thing. We ended on wrestling, and then you bring in that shit. That's just how the fan goes off the damn rails. Brilliant, bloody brilliant.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to Open Mic Night here on the Casa D18 Studios, the Noah Foster channel, the Silverman Studios, right, Noah? That's what we're calling it?
That's correct.
Jay Hebert 95 Studios and the Jeff Meacham Network. I am the founder. We'll call me that for today since we're going with the Jeff Jarrett love theme here this week, according to JJ. Because he is a horseman. I admitted it. It's documented now. Anyway, I am Jeff Meacham, and joining us today, of course, for now, Stat Boy Mike, the simple man with a spectacular voice, Noah Foster, and our moderator, the Renegade, the man who very, very shortly will be celebrating yet another birthday in his life. I turn it over to the man himself, the Renegade JJ Williams.
Man, I don't even know where to start off there. You know, first of all, you acknowledged Jeff Jarrett as a horseman, both on social media and here on the channel. I've got to say, hearing that live on the air is just too sweet.
He still killed that one. Still killed that.
Noah, was that a shot I saw you take during the introduction? Have we finally broken you?
No, it's not due, but my sister got me a gift from Florida, so I mean, it's open mic night. We're all going to be drinking our own thing, so cheers to y'all.
Wow!
There we go.
This is a day. I dig it. Well, in that case,
Right? Seeing Noah taking shots, even if it's just Kool-Aid, it's just weird to see him with a shot glass in hand.
Oh, this is empty. I forgot about that.
I had to use my sister's gift somehow. God bless her.
No Mikey Moonshine. That's a bad Mikey Moonshine.
No, for them, not for me. For them.
Oh, okay, yeah, go ahead.
But Noah's even more of a lightweight than you are.
This is accurate. He's also straight edge for real. So
yeah, if Noah even sniffed a thing of moonshine, he'd probably pass out drunk.
Noah can sniff Mikey's Moonshine from where he is in Ohio and pass out drunk. Let's not kid ourselves. And Mikey's in Tennessee.
So now that we've had that hilarity here on the Jeff Meacham Multiverse of Media.
Oh, I like that. That's good.
Welcome, everybody, to Open Mic Night. And like I've been putting out there on social media, like I've been saying in the groups, we have 6 big topics that we're going to be getting into today.
All right.
Now, some of them kind of intertangle and, weave together in storytelling, which is something that Jeff and I both like to do, especially on the dad's shows.
Yes, quite so.
We've illustrated my love of long-term storytelling here very much recently. So there's a couple things that kind of weave together. You could maybe say there's really 4 topics, but it's split into 6. We're just going to jump right into things here. For starters, before we get to the first one, let me just say welcome to Stat Boy for joining us tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Noah, as always, it's great to see you. And Jeff, thank you for allowing me to run the table here, as it were.
Iceless whiskey and club soda. It's going to be a long show, kids. Here we go.
And I got my Shasta Cherry right here, so
Shasta Cherry. He is going for the Aaron Kiss butt tonight. He's drinking the Shasta. All I need now is some chicken wings and some freaking TNA pay-per-views, and he is set.
No chicken wings. We actually had taquitos and nachos tonight.
Same difference.
I had chili dogs.
Horrible for you snack food. It's okay. It's all good.
Hey. So the first thing we're going to talk about, I know a lot of people are going to enjoy this topic.
Yes.
But there's definitely a conundrum within it. And that's the fact that Triple H wants to get rid of the 24/7 championship.
Jeff did everything. We actually prepped the graphics, so go ahead and start talking about it.
Of course you did. You had to have some kind of...
I had everybody here on time today. No, go ahead.
Noah, go ahead and give it to us.
Bots!
So Triple H wants to get rid of the 24/7 championship. And, much to everybody's joy, like, this belt is useless. and useless is putting it nicely.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I think they've actually gotten more use out of the women's tag team titles in the past few months than they have out of the 24/7 title. And the women's tag titles ain't been nowhere to be seen since the walkout. That's saying some stuff.
Accurate.
Now, the problem with all of this is that the 24/7 championship was supposedly ushered in by the USA Network. It was something that they wanted on their channel, give something to look forward to seeing, fought for, defended, kind of like a television championship.
Right.
You can tune in every week and you're going to see somebody fighting for this title. And it just degenerated into this worse than the 24/7 hardcore rules championship.
Brutal.
So, since you were tardy, we're going to start with James.
Yeah, that's right.
What do you think about getting rid of the 24/7 championship? I mean, you've got the fact that it's a shit title doing shit things with shit people.
There's the word.
But at the same time, you've got the corporation behind it. You've got USA who wants this title. How do you handle this? And does it make you look bad as a company getting rid of something that your cable network asked for?
At this point, there's so much damage that's been done with it. Kill it with fire. There's really nothing else to say on that. It's such a tired concept at this point that nobody knows who the heck. I think the last one was Dana Brooke.
Yes,
And
she's
that's
still the
most-
champion as far as I know.
Yeah, so I mean, here we go. Who cares?
Ooh, super
I mean,
Where's Dana
unless
Brooke then?
unless
This is
JoJo
supposed to
Siwa
elevate
beat her
talent.
at the press conference.
This was supposed to be a thing to elevate talent. All it is a joke title, and it's not even a funny joke. They didn't even do it as good as the Hardcore Rule was back in the day. Like, they just half-assed it with it from the word go. And now we're supposed to try and take it seriously now. Maybe, I mean, you honestly would probably get a better use out of scrapping it all together and then just making it to appease the network, make a television title for the USA Network specifically. You'd have a much better opportunity in line there. That way you're not pissing off the network entirely, and you're not going crazy with this 24/7 hoopla, which seems to keep going in circles and circles and circles. It's like NASCAR with this thing.
They're making a left turn.
It all goes back to R-Truth, just like in NASCAR, it always goes to Martin Truex for some reason.
Hey, what? Hey, don't be crapping on Truex.
Hey, it's okay.
Start with me, James.
Hey,
Don't forget, my
Truex
roommate is a
too.
NASCAR person. She can hear you from a mile away.
So's my mama. She will come in here and whoop your ass. Especially on Truex. Anyway, go ahead.
Go Chase Elliott.
That's okay too.
Hashtag indifferent. Hashtag non-sports.
That's right.
Same here when it comes to NASCAR. No, I'm right there with you.
Damn.
You're gonna die.
Last time I cared about an auto race, it was called the Toyota Grand Prix of Long Beach.
I'll give you that one. Fair enough. You know.
And that's only because I worked that shit for like 8 years.
Accurate. So James, anyway, back to what we were talking about. Sorry.
Yeah, I that was my ending statement.
All right.
It's just scrapping.
Mikey, what are your thoughts on the situation?
I'm all for getting rid of it because it's lost its fun. It's not fun anymore. It's not funny anymore. Very rarely did you ever get a match, a proper match, and I'm talking, you're in the ring the bell, and not have the people on the roster that are so far down that is their current storyline. We're talking all the way from Reggie to Akira Tozawa to Dana Brooke to all these people. I'm all for a USA TV title type scenario. Of course, that might cause confusion with the United States title. I mean, that could be a thing because you've got the US title and the USA title. That could be a problem. But yeah, get rid of it. Put it out to pasture. It's done. It went everywhere from former people. R-Truth had it the most times. They're definitely going to bring up that stat. He's a 50-time champion or whatever, but
they can't bring up the fact that he's a 2-time NWA world champion.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
let's put some stank on that 50-time 24/7 title.
Exactly. Get rid of it. Goodbye.
Noah,
You're the weakest title. Goodbye.
Noah, your thoughts, and let me throw this in at it with when you wax on this. Much like they did when they retired the hardcore title and presented that to Foley, do you retire this belt and give it to R-Truth in a shadow box? Or do you just throw it into the river along with the Intercontinental Championship and the Smoke and Skull belt?
As far as I'm concerned, instead of hearing taps, I should be hearing Cool Against Celebration. What a glorious thing to hear about, because I'm the guy that hears this all of a sudden, because as y'all know, I don't read dirt sheets or follow social media, so thank you for bringing this up. As far as what to do with it, throw it in the trash can and have R-Truth be his crazy self like Eric Young, find it out of the trash can, and still call himself the champion. Maybe he shows up with it on TV, but it still holds no relevancy to anybody else. He just does it because, well, he's R-Truth. And maybe he'll say my bad at some point. That being said, I do think a network championship is a good idea in place of this, because right now, Raw needs something to stand out on its own and for somebody on that roster to stand above the rest. They have no marquee title. They have no top-tier star. If USA wants to do something that draws closer to their network, A television championship makes more sense to me. And you don't have to call it the USA title. You can call it the network title. If you're representing USA Network, it could be for promotional purposes. They make cameo or guest appearances maybe on other shows. For me, the 24/7 championship has been an absolute pointless blur, as if I was trying to channel surf and randomly scroll through social media for something that could be actually engaging or just draw your attention for longer than 5 seconds. The only time this 24/7 title actually mattered to me was at one point where they tried to make it humorous with Corey Graves and Byron Saxton fighting over it. Other than that, this has been an absolutely waste of television time and talent potential. If you're talking about using a title to build somebody up, this title was not used for that. This title was simply used to draw eyes. It was their own way to try and form some sort of recreational entertainment, if you call it that, even for the people in catering. And I think people would rather have a plate of beans and a piece of cake than fight for this title at this point. So yeah, at this point, retire it and do like the freaking Lord of the Rings and throw it in the volcano and never be seen again.
You call it recreationally. You would have a better high smoking marijuana recreationally than you would watching 24/7 matches.
Well, Matt Riddle probably could attest more to that versus your actual statement, but I think you're on point there. Bottom line, 24/7 title, it should never existed in the first place, and I'm glad to see they're finally removing someone that is nothing but wasted time and wasted potential.
I have an idea too. If you want to appease both networks, have one represent. Oh, we have the WWE Network title, and another one we have the WWE Television title. Done. Yeah, instantly have more credibility. Done.
Don't you feel that that would be copying the TBS and TNT titles from AEW too much?
Everything's been done in wrestling, so yes, they're gonna point it out, but who cares?
About to say, what is original anymore in professional wrestling? Damn it! But I digress.
They
Buy
brought
the T-shirt.
They brought the 24/7 title to try and be a hardcore title without the hardcore elements to it, and it just didn't work. No. But so this, seriously, it's a better upgrade at this point than trying to recreate lightning in a bottle with 24/7 stuff.
Exactly.
Fair.
It wasn't like it wasn't like you were gonna have Ken Patrick or Caleb Braxton try and roll up somebody for this like a freaking Taryn Reynolds did for the Hardcore Championship.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't mind seeing Caleb Braxton roll someone up for it, but I digress.
No.
Jeff, any other thoughts on this? You want to bring this topic home for us before we move into the transition here?
All I have to say is a couple things. We have a super chat. I'm reading it against my own personal beliefs, but I will read it anyway.
I was going to say, if it's a super chat, kind of got to put it up there.
Yeah, I know. The 24/7 title is more useless than the Dallas Cowboys. Thank you for the $5, G, but you're a butthole. Okay.
No, G, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this to try and help spare the man whose name is above the marquee. The 24/7 title is more useless than an Anaheim Ducks Pacific Division banner.
Oh,
and I feel better.
Hey, hold on. I got to say, Big G, dude, the Dallas Cowboys can never ever be useless on the very account that they have the best cheerleading squad in the entire NFL league.
And I don't watch football, and I agree.
If he agrees, then they can never be useless.
The Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders are on the same level as the Laker girls. They are just synonymous with the sport.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
And when the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders can be at two WrestleManias, including bringing out The Rock, yeah, they're not useless. All right, where were we here? Okay, and Josh, of course, can't go one show, and he's yelling for some reason in all his text. But we'll go ahead and say
Why do you always yell?
Why are you screaming, Josh? Why are you yelling?
There's a guy in one of the wrestling groups that I'm in on Facebook, and he's always posting in all caps, and I call him out on it every time. And it's like, I can't even read your message because you're shouting.
That's right.
Say, is their shift key broken? Do they need a new keyboard?
So he's angry and he's a gimmick thief on top of it. So it's terrible.
His shift key's jammed.
Typical Cleveland Browns fan, just because his team isn't going to do shit all this year. It's okay. Yeah, gloves are off. He's going to come in and attack. G's attacking my Cowboys, and he's co-signing. It's more useful than the Steelers' current QB. Well, that's also accurate.
Okay.
That's also accurate.
I'm
And yes,
so glad all I focus on is professional
I'm
wrestling.
so glad the Cowboys are losing, having a shutout against the Broncos in preseason because it matters. Anyway,
I wouldn't know.
I know you would. That's okay. Hey, and you know what? It matters to me a week from tonight because I get to go see my Cowboys at SoFi Stadium, pretty much from my view at WrestleMania. So I'm happy about that part. Now, as far as this topic goes, Noah, let's not totally shit on the fact of R-Truth digging out of the trash can. Hacksaw Jim Duggan made a Hall of Fame entry out of that.
Fair point.
He was a WWE Hall of Fame inductee, and he didn't do a damn thing except win the U.S. title in a botch match against Sonny Steve Austin and literally drag the TV title out of a trash can. And Duggan's a Hall of Famer. So if Truth can get a Hall of Fame induction for it, I am co-signing on that shit.
At this point, I will say this. R-Truth deserves to be in the Hall of Fame.
Hell yes, he does.
Much more than a lot of people that are currently in it now.
Yes. And yes, Richard, this is whiskey. This is just Jim Beam vanilla with a little bit of club soda to not make me too drunk in the first hour of the show. But it's not going to work anyway.
We're not even in the first 30 minutes of this show.
Right.
So
I'm not drinking anything, by the way.
The actual topic, yeah, it had such a cool build. Foley came out there, did the big reveal, did the big, hold the belt over his head, kind of like he did for the Red Belt Universal, and that went over like a fart in church too, Mick, but that's okay. And then the initial title win was literally a scramble. Not a championship scramble like we saw at Unforgiven. That was a pretty cool match. A literal scramble that was won by Titus O'Neil, excuse me.
That's not a botch. That's accurate.
Exactly.
100% without question.
Without question. Don't buy his shirts, though. Buy my shit. Anyway. Not going to give him too much quarter. He is a horseman, but that's great. Good for him. So,
All right.
Anyway. Useless title. But Noah did bring up the fact that Raw doesn't have an identity with the championship, which transitions to the next title. The next topic.
Like I said, there's a few topics that can kind of weave together. We talk about how the USA Network requested the 24/7 title. Well, the USA Network is also requesting an interim championship for Raw due to the fact that Roman is never there to defend it. Hell, he's barely on SmackDown.
Right.
So should they go and give an interim championship for Raw, or under the new regime that's going down, is this everything they need to take a strap off of him at Clash at the Castle?
Better strap off than strap on, I guess. But
Jeff, you rounded out the last time. We'll have you start up first this time. That way you can go to muting your microphone if you need to and whatnot.
Much appreciated. Yeah, and again, this is originally from our buddies at Fightful, which, our boy Sean Ross Sapp and everybody throwing this out there to the world. They have indeed asked for an interim champion, and I disagree with it 100%. And yes, JJ, without question. I think they should have Drew win the title at Clash and have either him move to Raw or Roman move to Raw. And I know that's not going to make Fox happy, but it seems that other than the $2 billion that Fox threw at WWE for whatever reason 3 years ago, USA is still their flagship. You figure they're on Peacock, and they have the partnership with NBC or Comcast, whatever the hell the parent company's name is this week, for the majority of their television shows. So I would be appeasing the Comcast, NBC, Universal folks every chance I got. That's just what I would be doing if I was in charge of the company. And with the McMahon-Helmsley regime in charge at this point, you gotta start appeasing everybody because they're all freaking out because Vince is gone. He's out of power. He's lost his voting power, whatever you want to call it. He's done. So they need to start reconnecting relationships in a hurry. And one of those ways is to get the world champion on their show. And right now, love him, hate him, indifferent, Roman Reigns is the guy. And if you take Roman and maybe even the Bloodline off of SmackDown, put them on Raw, and have Drew continue his championship reign when he wins it at the Clash on SmackDown, SmackDown still has a solid champion who beat the guy on a premium live event. I don't see a problem with any of those. Interim champion, I have a major problem with only because it looks, again, James talked about there's nothing original in wrestling anymore, and there's not, but this looks obscenely like they're copying both AEW, which also, took the idea from MMA, UFC in the first place. So, number one. Number two, we got teased with a interim champion or a brand-specific champion before at one of the shows that JJ and I think you were there. I don't know if you were there. I know the NoDQ team was when they had the Raw Super Show 2005, where Batista was drafted to SmackDown in the lottery after JBL had been crowned the SmackDown champion because both world champions were on Raw. So it just doesn't work to have a brand specific or a interim champion. You got to have one of those distinctive world titles on each show. And I know people, you need one champion, you need one brand. It's like they're not willing to commit to that, to have one world champion, one set of tag champions, one women's champion on each show. But I think they should for the world championships, personally. Get the comments going here while I mute. Carry on.
I mean, I enjoy the fact that they've unified the tag and the world titles, but they need to have a champion that's willing to appear on Raw and SmackDown. And if Roman just isn't that guy anymore, I don't care if he's been champion one day less than the mighty Bruno Sammartino. Got to get that strap off of him because he's not willing to be that guy. I mean, obviously he hasn't had the belts that long, but by the time he defends them at the Clash, he will have held the belts for over 2 years. And to not be the guy that shows up on both shows, we need someone that's willing to do that. Stat Boy, your thoughts?
I can accept an interim champion for injury purposes. AEW did that beautifully with Moxley since Punk is out. If USA is asking for this, it almost sounds like a demand more than a request. Richard Morales said in the comments, make it a triple threat, make it 2 out of 3 falls for both titles. Genius idea. Keep the Universal title, the blue strapped belt on Roman to keep his reign going, and then let Drew have the black belt, the WWE title in Wales. The third guy, you're just there to protect Roman, I guess. Like I say, if Roman wants to take time off to be with his family, that is a respectable request. Hey, I need some time off. I need a break. Okay, fine, give us the belts. If he is truly injured or truly sick and he can't fulfill his contract or his
obligations.
Thank you, obligations. And they still want to keep both belts on them, then bring in the interim title. Now, with the other belts, that might not. The interim intercontinental title, the interim that would be a bit too much. So for injury or sickness purposes, yes, but as a request.
But don't you feel, Stat Boy, and then James, I'll go to you after. Don't you feel, though, that if they were going to pull the trigger on an interim title, they needed to do it back at Backlash? Because by then we were already starting to see Roman had won both titles, unified them at Mania, and we were starting to see that he wasn't really showing up on Raw by the time Backlash came around. Like, shouldn't we have pulled the trigger then, not 4 months, 5 months later?
If Vince was going to stick around, Vince should have made that call. Now Triple H is in charge. So, that's more. I think that's more of a Vince Vince problem. Triple H
So
would probably.
another Vince blunder.
Yeah.
James, you get to rag on Vince a little bit.
Well, I mean, I'm not. What is there left to say? I mean, we know he decided, I want him to hold the belt for so long and have a historic title reign. Yet he fired a bunch of contenders that could fight him, and now Triple H is busy fixing his mess. So that's number
and
one.
Doing a damn good job.
Doing a very good job. Very good job. Real quick. Round of applause for Paul Levesque. Round of applause, real quick. Okay. Let me. Yeah. It's exactly what Josh said, really. And the reason I agree with Josh on this is patience is a virtue. Haha, fun. Right. You got
understand what you did there.
Yeah, there you go. You gotta wait for him to bring in the contenders to fight Roman Reigns, I think. And you have to put them on both shows, both brands, etc. Right? I think that's what is gonna go down, number one. Number two, Vince had this really dumb thing that he always did, and he's been known for this, especially in later years, to do it, to just make everybody fight each other for his own amusement, and that includes networks. There is no stranger about this. Shane Wells is more than confirmed that this is what happened. And in reality, it just left both networks not freaking happy with the company when Vince was under the helm. So there's that. I think with Triple H, I think he realizes that there is no reason why you can't alternate. If you have to do it every month, that's the best way at this point. Have them show up on Raw for a month, along with the Usos, or maybe you can go flip-flop it, right? Roman goes on Raw for a month, Usos defend the belt on SmackDown for a month, and then vice versa, and then go from there. If there's a big four, they both show up on both shows, stuff like that. I think I think a lot of people are like, well, the brand split said, here's why you need a brand split. The benefit of doing a brand exclusive pay-per-view could be big time, right? Because if you do a brand exclusive event, there's a couple. Here's kind of an idea that I would do and that I would pitch if I was in the creative meeting. Instead of just having all these premium events on Peacock, why not have some of those big shows on Fox, right? Like a Fox exclusive event, Then Roman can have his championship defended on a Fox exclusive event, and then the next month a Peacock exclusive event, Then back and forth, like a pendulum, with the exception of the big four, because you're building to the big four anyway. Stuff like that, or I think would be way, way better use of television time. I know some people really liked when the champion back in like 2002 would show up on both shows and it had two different feuds going on. I know some people like that, but I wasn't necessarily the biggest fan of that because, number one, it was really hard to follow week to week, and number two, they hot potatoed the belt more so than freaking AEW did with the TNT belt at that point. That was a bad time for the title in that regard. You had big star power hold the belt during that time, but ultimately, it's big stars trading it back and forth, and the title is meaningless. Which is why they had to put it on SmackDown and then just settle for two world champions and make it disputed again. You don't have to do it this way. You can take your time. We've learned from that. Just alternate every month and do a storyline on Raw and then do a storyline on SmackDown and then vice versa. I think that's the real simple solution. Number one, get the talent back that Vince decided to let go like a dope. And number two, alternate every month. That's my idea.
Well, speaking of the talent that Vince decided to let go, Colin, welcome to the show. But to Noah, I've been hearing and reading reports that Drew is being pulled from live events because of back issues. Do we go ahead and add Killer Cross to the Clash main event to make it a triple threat so that Roman doesn't look weak in defeat?
It's one of those things now where at this point I feel like Triple Threat's becoming the failsafe to protect the champion, protect your future challenger that you're going to revisit in a one-on-one rematch. I've seen this done too many times now for world championships, women's championships, you name it. They need to try and come up with some different method. But it's almost like right now you're trying to call an audible because, again, someone's getting injured. It's also that dynamic of if Karrion Kross is heel and Roman Reigns is heel, who do you really hope to go for here? How does Paul Heyman put a loophole where only one strap is being defended? At this point, if I'm ever going to hope that the WWE Championship and the Universal Championship are going to be split, you might as well just dedicate Survivor Series to Roman Reigns, not a Survival, and have him compete twice in the same night. Because at this point, I don't see how they can actually get one of these titles off of Roman Reigns and make it sound legitimate and bring somebody forward for one show while keeping Roman strong for his show. And his show is SmackDown. Just put it out there. It's SmackDown. It's as simple as that. As far as what James is saying, as far as SmackDown exclusive type, shows where you have maybe these semi-defenses, it almost kind of sounds like you want to bow the belts impromptu, but more so like a SmackDown subgrade type show that focuses more on building the championships and maybe building to a bigger match at the actual pay-per-view. It's one of those things where I'm not sure if that approach could even work necessarily, James, because at the end of the day, when I thought WWE was doing better storytelling was when they did every other month dedicated big shows to the actual brand and titles themselves. The problem with WWE right now is they have pigeonholed literally their championships, and right now, nobody is satisfied at this point. Not the networks, not the roster, nobody, period. And at this point, WWE is not owned by Triple H or the McMahons. It's owned by the networks. And the networks are already probably ready to buy them out of their contract and build somebody up. That's how ridiculous WWE has gotten. So while WWE is trying to fix these situations instead of carrying on with them, Triple H is not a miracle worker. And this is not going to happen overnight. This is not going to happen through one man's purpose. Again, at this point, the number one mistake was putting the WWE Championship and the Universal Championship on the same person and not having them show up on both Raw and SmackDown to build a dedicated challenger for both of these titles for your premium live event. Instead, they are pigeonholing the premium live event to Drew McIntyre and Roman Reigns with insert extra asset here, Karrion Kross. But if Drew McIntyre is not going to be involved in the contest, well, that just throws the whole plan out the window now, doesn't it? And with the fact that, again, Survivor Series is until November. And the only other realistic way I could see them taking the titles off from Reigns is if he survives 2 matches in one night. I really don't see how WWE can dig themselves out of this hole before that. And truth at this point, that might be Triple H's best bet. So if Drew McIntyre is out, then I see them simply doing a Karrion Kross versus Roman Reigns promo, but not necessarily a match at Clash of the Castle. They'll have to do something else in its place. Maybe make the freaking Intercontinental Championship the main focus now that Walter literally looks like legit with that towel. I'll give SmackDown credit. That was a tremendous match. I watched it. So, again, at this point, build a plan for Survivor Series to redefine both these championships on dual individuals, not a single person.
The problem with that, though, is that's 3 months away. And I agree with you that the triple threat has become kind of a crutch and everything. But Roman has literally defeated everybody that's been put in his way. So you almost have to create a triple threat so that Kross can pin Drew, Drew can pin Kross, whatever, and get the belts off of Roman without him getting beat. Because he's ran through the entire locker room. I mean, hell, he's even beaten Brock Lesnar and Goldberg.
Yep.
Like, unless they bring back somebody like the Big Show or the Great Khali or Mark Henry And that's going to boost ratings. That's going to put some asses in seats. I know. Just because Jeff put him over earlier today, let's give Jeff Jarrett a title shot because we all know he never drew a dime.
Who is JJ Williams on his future endeavors on the Jeff Meacham Network?
Is JJ sober? I'm just gonna ask that.
Oh yeah. I don't know how that bottle of Shasta is. I don't know. Well, it might have fermented on his ass.
I understand that also it's 3 months. But how often does Roman Reigns actually appear on the shows, JJ? Once every 3 weeks, if that.
That's the thing. It's like at the very least, they should be able to film a bunch of backstage segments with him when he comes in once a month and just throw those in every week.
They aren't even able to do that. Right now, the Usos are just playing, the right and left tiki totem pole for the tribal chief at this point. With
and making great television with Sammy. But at the end of the day, it's not Roman. Colin, again, welcome to Open Mic Night. What are your thoughts on Raw and USA wanting an interim champion due to Roman's lack of appearances?
Well, not for nothing, Colin. We need to get that shirt that Colin's wearing on the new site because that's old school Jeff Meacham Network. I love that shit. That's tremendous.
And Colin, great to see you. And as far as the interim thing, which I didn't even bring up, absolutely not. New Japan Pro Wrestling AEW, when they did, it made sense. This would be a desperate plea to try and draw a rating from Monday Night Raw that it still needs.
Yep.
Go ahead, Colin.
Well, I don't think there needs to be an interim champion. One of my new hires at work. I hired him like 2 months ago. Love the guy, Marcus. He's a wrestling freak too. So it's been nice being able to talk to somebody about it at work.
Right.
But it was right after SummerSlam. Or was it before? It was a little bit before, I think. We were talking, and I want to see Drew pin Roman in Wales because that's the closest to a hometown victory that dude's ever going to see.
Oh, yeah.
And
absolutely.
But this is what I want to see throughout the night. I'm sure we're going to get a tag team championship match if it's not already announced. Pretty much from Wednesday to Monday night, I am kind of really gone because I work 12 hours today. So God
bless you, brother.
I got shit to do. You know what I mean? So I don't really pay attention. I work. If there's a lot of people in the area I work at, my cell service is non-existent. So I don't get anything. Like, if you want to get a hold of me, you got to fucking call me.
Right.
Type deal.
Right, but passions. Text me and I'll get back with you.
But anyways, what I want to see is Drew win. Get the pop. Maybe Broken Dreams plays. But throughout the night, I want to see if there's a tag title match. Even if there's not, like something happened with the Usos. Like they're laid out or locked in somewhere, or this, that, and the other. And then Drew wins, and what do you hear? A-Town down. And Theory cashes in and ruins that moment.
Yes.
Even if it's for a night, it's off of Roman.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, it'll be more of a what the F just happened with McIntyre than Roman just lost the belt. You know what I mean? So I would personally like to see that instead of an interim champion because I hear interim and I'm just like it's not a real thing.
Yeah.
I mean it's not a real it's like a manager a manager that can't literally do anything. You have no special codes, you can't order this, you can't do that. You have no title at all. But as of I'm just going to touch on a few things that I've heard since I've been on. Yes, get rid of that 24/7 championship.
Yes,
get rid of that. The only person that I really truly liked with that belt was Drake Maverick. Because he did wonderful things with that belt. Truth, it's truth. Okay, but it's just. Don't take this the wrong way because, there's a bunch of cancel culture. But, when the women started getting involved with it and, how are you supposed to pin a woman when you can't do intergender stuff and this, that, and the other? And it just, the whole timing of the era, it didn't work. But I'm just going to throw it out there. I wouldn't mind seeing Raw Underground come back with it. You know, I kind of enjoyed Raw Underground. I'm not going to lie.
There you go.
All right, let me read this comment before you take it away.
Given Roman Reigns a loss at Clash of the Castle.
He could, yeah, but I'm saying like he could just lose the WWE Championship and he could hang on to that Universal Championship, and maybe Big Cousin Dwayne could be the one to relieve him of that,
right?
Because it's probably going to happen. I mean, I'm not a fortune teller or anything. If I was, I would not be sitting here. I'd be. You know what I mean? I'll put it as that. But yeah, man. Like Noah said too, good to see the Intercontinental title.
Oh my God, yes, so good.
Being focused, because that was my championship when I was a kid. You know what I mean? Like my favorite championship of all time is the European Championship, but I always loved the IC title when I was a kid. That was the replica. Remember when they were foam? And the tag team straps were gray. The world title was black, and then the Intercontinental Championship was brown. You guys remember that?
Oh yeah.
Like I had the brown one. My brother had the heavyweight title. I never wanted the heavyweight title because I liked the Intercontinental Championship. And then it started changing all the different colors: white, light blue, yellow. Like,
the white though was classic though, Con.
Yeah,
that's
it was.
The only belt that could work with that.
That's my next purchase belt wise is I want to find the 95 version. If I could find the 85 version with the red WWF and get that in the white strap, I'd really love it.
That's a custom thing. That's going to cost you bank, brother.
That's a custom thing for sure. That and the classic WCW United States Championship. Such a beautiful championship.
Although I will say, if you want inside track on it, I know our boy Conrad owns the Red Letter IC, and he's got enough belt contacts. We could probably get you a decent deal at the very least.
Right on. Yeah, like.
So,
but
Con,
overall,
I want to say this though regarding the whole Roman takes a loss, get the belts off of him. Do you think they could take a similar approach to Adam Cole and Keith Lee? Even though it was two titles, still it was the top and the mid, but Keith Lee willingly relinquished the mid-card title because he believed others this opportunity. Do you see Drew McIntyre, if he takes the undisputed Universal Championship, easier said than put on a freaking print, Kevin Dunn, off of Roman Reigns at Clash of the Castle, does Drew McIntyre really relinquish the WWE Championship, and that becomes a focus of at Raw in like a tournament, or does Adam Pearce just make it official and make a decision himself to relinquish Drew McIntyre of that title because we can't have you holding both because according to the network, blah, 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 or some excuse he makes up?
It's not a bad idea.
It's really not, but again,
I think that still makes the champion or management look weak. What I would do is have Paulie go, okay, look, I'm Paul Heyman. I say this is it. He beat him, but it was only for one championship. That way nobody looks, because there's no, and again, Colin, if I'm wrong or stepping on you, forgive me, but they've painted Roman in such a way that regardless of what Pierce says or the challengers say or whatever, Roman and Paul are the ones stirring the drink, right? So if Roman gets beat, that's their out. Just like Hogan did, just like the Outsiders did when the Steiners beat them. Well, yeah, but it wasn't the real referee. Give us the belts back. It's like, okay, he pinned him straight in the middle of the ring. That's great. Good for him. You got your win in Wales, but you only won this title.
Either way.
There's only one person that can make that work, Noah, with your recommendation, and you have to wait for Cody. You can't do it with anybody else at that point. That's the only way that works.
Not anyone current storyline, because Karrion Kross is way too soon. Karrion Kross is way too soon to be even thrown in the title picture. Okay, so let's just eliminate that right out. I know he's a Hunter boy. I know he's back. I know he's got his hair. He's got his girl. He's got his entrance.
Thank God he's got his hair. Jeez.
But listen, he doesn't look like, a kinked out foot member clan anymore. But, listen.
I understood that reference. Tremendous.
He's way too soon. It doesn't make storyline realistically does not make sense. And I know WWE doesn't make a whole lot of fucking sense, but it's Hunter.
Thank you.
But it's Hunter.
Don't put WWE and Logic in the same sentence.
But it's Hunter, and he's trying, so I don't see him jumping that gun right away. I see Mind Games going for a bit because we're going to have a McIntyre Cross feud before he gets the Roman. I'm just saying that we're going to have this is next. This is Cross and McIntyre is next. Roman, his next opponent, I really don't know. Again, he could drop the belt to McIntyre. I'm kind of hoping he does. And then Theory picks it up, and then somebody on Raw. Who's on Raw right now that could logistically hold that championship? Seth freaking Rollins.
Yes.
And this is where you bring Rollins in. I know he's going to have this little thing with Riddle coming up and stuff. But this is where you can turn Rollins back into a more of a tweener role. Now, I'm not saying full-blown babyface, but again, he has that crowd in the palm of his hands, and Seth Rollins, it could be Monday Night Rollins. So I would like to see something like that happen.
I was going to throw out another name out there, especially after what happened on Monday night, because now he's back to hunting for prizes. Kevin Owens.
Kevin Owens too. Yes. Speaking Kev. AJ's going against Bobby Lashley for the United States Championship. So
it doesn't mean he can't challenge him later.
Again, I'm just saying maybe, remember that awesome run with the U.S. title that AJ had? We could get another one of those too, and you never know. Bobby Lashley could be bumped back up into that spot for a World Championship contender. Bobby had a great run, but really in the end, I want to see Bobby versus Walter.
That needs to be Survivor Series. That needs to be the only champion versus champion match I need to see.
I know I've said a few of them tonight, but that match will fuck. Like, that's all I'm gonna say.
But rightfully so. So yeah. As far as what you said, Colin, Paul Heyman throws a loophole in the contract. Keeps the Universal strap on Roman because JJ, to be specific, is the Universal Championship that Roman's held for 2 years. He's only held the WWE Championship since WrestleMania.
Right.
That's how you keep Roman as Universal Champion, the longest modern reigning Universal Champion. But you get the WWE Championship back where it belongs on somebody else on its own freaking show.
I like that Colin brought up Rollins, and I'll tell you why. If Rollins is the guy that beats Theory, which again, I have no problem with any of that laying out at all. Theory walks out of Cardiff completely, makes the fans go, Jesus, last time you guys were here for a pay-per-view, the Bulldog got jobbed out. Now you're jobbing out Drew. You guys hate us. We do, but that's okay, you limey bastards. When they get back, Rollins takes the title back, and then Rollins has a stranglehold on that title. Oh, that a boy. See? He's got the good stuff out tonight.
I got this for my birthday for my two favorite regulars at work. So my birthday was on Wednesday, so I'm, doing work.
Different form of the bubbly.
I was going to say, I was trying to decide if I should send you money for a drink or send you money for an updated network shirt, but that shirt looks so good on you. I figured, fuck it, I'll buy you a drink. It's funny. I've only seen that shirt literally. I was going through old because we're moving still. I felt like, oh shit, I forgot I had that one, the old Talk Wrestling shirt. I'm like, whoa, all my workup's popping out. Anyway, Rollins gets a title, and then they build toward him, and eventually the Royal Rumble. And who could be back from a major pec injury at the time of the Royal Rumble and challenge Rollins at Mania next year? Cody Rhodes,
the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes.
Then you get that Rhodes Rollins rekindled, and then you get that big blow off of Mania for Cody.
And then he brings back the Eagle Wing belt, and
everyone's
happy.
And he fulfills what he wanted to do for his father and his family.
That's right.
And he literally closed the book on Seth freaking Rollins forever. 1 year in the making.
Dun dun.
Yeah.
Long-term storytelling.
Yes, exactly.
What was that?
I like the idea of bringing back War Games. My problem with, and I was actually going over this when I'm talking about my content I'm going to have toward WrestleMania, War Games is not War Games anymore. Because it's not, submit or surrender. It's not anything that resembles what it used to be. If you want to watch War Games, watch Dynamite, because apparently they allow it on free TV now. It's called Blood and Guts.
God, that was awesome.
Lord.
But I digress.
Anyway, JJ.
All right.
Did we get
a lot?
Did we get everybody? Mikey, did you weigh in on this?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
yeah,
so I'll make sure.
He weighed in before me discussing how interim makes sense in context, but It depends on the situation. And WWE situation,
Right.
So the next topic that we have on deck today is an interesting one because it comes from just outside of the WWE AEW Impact bubble.
Huh?
A brand new series from Vice TV, executive produced by Dwayne Johnson and his ex-wife Danny Garcia, Tales from the Territories. This is supposed to be all the stories about the old territory system. We are thrilled to announce our partnership with The Rock, Seven Bucks Productions, and Vice TV to bring you Tales from the Territories. Travel to the golden age of wrestling, exhilarating tales of triumph and perseverance told by the legends who lived them. Premiering the day before Stat Boy's birthday on Vice TV.
There you go.
So we all know Stat Boy will be watching it, but Noah, we're going to come to you first as another historian on the channel. Can't go to Jeff first. Went to him first last time. So
I tried, but thank you.
what do you think about this news? You know, The Rock seems to be Hollywood's King Midas right now, and everything he touches turns to gold. I was joking with Jeff off camera when I first showed him this and presented this topic. It was like, if The Rock dropped Doom today, it would still be the most shitastic movie in his arsenal, but it would do 1,000,000 times better at the box office because he's built that reputation.
Yep.
It tanked hardcore last time because he was still kind of building his name. He hadn't got the ball really rolling behind him. But with everything that he's done just within the last 5 years, let alone the last 10,
right.
Like if that movie came out today, it would be #1 with a bullet.
For that 1 week. Because it's still a shitty movie.
You know what? That is what it is. But are you excited to see another hour, 2 hours, whatever it's going to be, of wrestling programming, this focused on wrestling's history?
It's one of those things where, as a fan of professional wrestling, again, like I said, this industry is not one-dimensional. You got respect it in all of its presentations and all of its backgrounds. And for those that truly appreciate what is now, you need to have some sort of, I feel, interest or intrigue or some sort of, like, feeling of what was. Again, I was born in 1992. All I knew from my early childhood, courtesy of my mother, was WWF, because that's all we focused on was WWF, not WCW. That's why I'm so stupid on that company. That being said, then I found my way on my own in 2002, and my mom had a fallout with the WWE, and so did I. And I discovered everything else that was professional wrestling, starting with TNA and WA Impact, whatever the hell you called it, and then the Ring of Honor, and then FTW, and you go from there with what I watched today as a list longer than the list of Jericho from WWE. But that being said, I'm intrigued by this because I know at one point there were territories. I mean, good old JR worked for friggin' Mid-South Atlantic Wrestling at one point. He's been absolutely everywhere. With what Dark Side of the Ring showed me in just one show I watched, because there's already enough podcasts, documentaries, behind the scenes, backstage stuff, extras, etc., to make a person go crazy if they watch that 24/7. This is a different take on a different time. So I would be rather engaged to at least take a look at this, because I was actually listening to one of my coworkers who was just randomly bringing up names like Ultimate Warrior, like Bruno Sammartino, like Ring of the Dragon Steamboat, and talking about the olden days back when he actually watched it to a degree and heard some of these names, and how these people came out and told how cutthroat it was. People literally wanted to destroy each other in and out of the ring and outside the venue. But from a territory standpoint, I always wonder, okay, how much of that really is accurate when you actually hear it from the person versus we actually hear maybe a perspective from another person may just heard something off of an interview per se.
Right.
So yeah, I think there's some interest I could definitely draw from this. Like, okay, how easy was it to get into the territory, let alone keep up with it? How far did you have to go? And I'm not just talking about travel miles wise either. Was the pay there? Did the end justify the means? Did your passion carry you more than your physical and mental mentality? I probably would check this out, to say the least.
I mean, you figure you've got things like Jim Crockett Promotions, you've got the AWA, you got World Class, you've got ECW, which counts. You've got the West Coast stuff out here that used to run at the Olympic, with Chavo Guerrero and Judo Gene LaBelle, rest in peace, passed away this week.
PWG, which you all still have right now to a degree, and that was its own standout. And I think it actually started over here on this side of the country.
So, it's like you've got all these little things.
CCW is what I'm thinking of.
And it's going to be cool, I think, to go back in time, because if you get, the World Class DVD from WWE, you get their slant. You get the WCW DVD, you get their slant. The AWW, it's their slant.
Right.
You don't get all the stories about it. Colin, we'll go to you next. Do you follow the stuff that Vice puts out? And what do you think about this new documentary series?
Well, I have YouTube TV, so unfortunately, I don't get A&E. I don't get Vice. So I really haven't seen anything besides like YouTube clips. Yes, I have a few pirated or jailbroke, whatever you want to call fire sticks.
You didn't have to say that on the air.
It's whatever. I don't care.
Yeah, point taken.
It's all good. On my review of Last Action Hero, I talked about owning a black box back in the day, so
Like, I really don't care. Like, I hardly use it anymore because I have Roku TVs and I don't have time to watch anything. I'm so far behind on many shows. So this would honestly be probably bottom of my list, just because I put my fiance through enough wrestling a week when I do watch it. So I'm not trying
now we know where she stands.
I'm not trying to be that husband to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, we get married 6 weeks from yesterday. And, 3 nights a week's enough. You know what I mean? Like, because I really don't watch SmackDown, because by the time I get home from work, it's over. I can listen to Aaron's recap. And if I want to go back, and check anything out, I can fast forward through the show and be done with it in 15 minutes.
The power of DVR, screw commercials.
Yeah, it'd be cool for the historic part of it. And again, like JJ, you said, like, it's not like, oh, it's the one company's word. It's like, the frontline people that are like, nah, dude, like, fuck this place. Like, this happened, or, this part was real good, but you never hear about it. And, just real, the people that were actually there. Just because you own a business doesn't mean you run a business. I'll say this live on the air. I run a business for someone who owns a business who doesn't know how to run a business. So,
That's just America's heart. Just put it out there.
Yeah. Like, so yeah, if I had the channel, cool, I'd watch it, or try to check it out. Just like, I want to see like most of those hidden treasures. I know I can buy them on Vudu. I'm just a cheap bastard, and I don't want to pay $13-14 for a few episodes. You know what I mean? Like, and what, I'm going to watch them once and be like, oh, all right, what do I do with it? You know what I mean? Like, all right, I have this now. I don't want it. Like, I'm not going to go back and rewatch it.
Yeah.
Like,
what's worth an encore to you is the better question,
Yeah, exactly. Like,
wow.
Like, I want to check out some of those, the hidden treasures, like, with AJ Francis, Frank. Good to see him back, by the way. Shout out Hit Row. Yeah, cool. I mean, if I see some clips on YouTube and something really, really like grabs my attention, I'll do what I can to find that episode. And if I do have to end up paying the $2.99 an episode, I'll pay the $3.08 after tax to watch that episode, I guess.
I mean, I literally just work from home, and here's my computer right here. So if I'm not, doing anything or have a call. I'm just listening to freaking wrestling.
It's just
chats
like
and
it's just
podcasts.
like my fiance. She works from home. She works downstairs. She's watched so many movies, this, that, and the other. My days off, I'm watching Turning Red and fucking Trolls and Frozen and all this stuff because I'm with the baby.
That's it. The child rules your media.
No, she rules my entire life. She's the best thing ever in the world, and I wouldn't change a fucking thing. But
beautiful.
That's all I watch. I know way too many songs that I thought I would never know, and ever.
I'm sure me, Jeff, and Statboy also.
And I mean, if you look at me, I'm tattooed up all over, bearded. I'm 6'3", 215 pounds, and I can be the best damn ballerina you've ever seen. Just throwing it out there. I'm a girl dad.
He is Mr. Nanny, damn it. He is Mr. Nanny, straight up.
I am a girl dad through and through.
Hell yes.
And I will be until the day I die, because that's the dad I am, and I want to give my kids the best freaking time they can have, because you're only a kid for so long. My son starts his senior year of high school.
I was going to say your son's going to, yeah.
So it's gone by fast.
Uncle.
Seriously, freaking one of the shouts that was going to be the end of the night, I was going to shout out my son for starting high school, but he don't want his picture on camera because he's too cool for that. So, but yeah, right. But yeah, you've got the little girl that you can be your girl dad. Dude, hold on to that shit. I tell you what, because this one's little girl is now a year younger than mine, and none of us are cool enough to be around her or watch anything unless it's Mighty Ducks. Then she's all over that shit, still.
Or the Sandlot,
which has the same guy acted it, but it's okay.
My little Ella, my
two of them.
7-year-old princess. When she comes over, it's Woody Woodpecker or playing Mario on my Switch, asking me for help.
I like her. I like that. That's a good idea.
Peyton's new thing is Dennis the Menace, the old, what was it, like 94, 93 release?
Yes, the movie that nobody... Yeah.
I love it, but it's funny because she calls it Dentist the Medicine. And
That's great.
It's the best thing in the world, dude. And
nice.
So that's been living in the PS3 lately. Like
for those that think I'm a hardened individual, Ella brought over Just Dance, and I did the Chacaron dance with her, so I will actually show a kinder side to myself.
We need a video clip of that next time.
What do you mean kinder? What do you mean kinder side, Noah?
I was going to say, you're the nicest dude in the room.
You're
the kindest guy on set.
You only see me on camera.
Hello, I've done a lot of nice things in my life too.
We said what we said, Mikey. Hush your face.
So bringing it back in.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's
back into the topic at hand. We'll go to James next.
I love it. Jesus.
James over there sitting all bored. Like, why am I even here?
You got Colin with an empty house, a bottle, and I
was gonna say
everybody's having a great time with kids. I had a great time with kids, but unfortunately, I'm having a flashback of them jumping off my sternum doing backflips in the pool. So that was the thing.
Dude, I had that too. Like it's the good parts and the bad parts.
Something that's not a trampoline.
Yeah, I'm a trampoline because of my
I was gonna say, build a trampoline right here, brother. That's it.
Jump post. And I'm just the guy that planks.
This is what happens when Colin drinks, and I have my medical marijuana card now too. So I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not hitting a regular tobacco vape. I'm not hitting a regular tobacco vape.
We have lost all control. And I ran out of Mountain Dew. I gotta get me another can. JJ, get the train back on the tracks.
He tried a second ago.
I just tried.
Snowpiercer.
Got
we're good.
derailed
Let's get
again.
No. You mean Game of Thrones on a train. Yeah.
Thank you, James.
Oh my God. I need a drink.
Way ahead of you.
James, what are your thoughts about this upcoming series and Hollywood's King Midas being involved?
That's what we were talking about.
That's right.
I'm cool with them doing it. I think it's going to be cool for those who want to go back to those territories. A lot of people really like them, I'm sure. For me, I'm not sure if I'd go out of my way to watch it. Because it's funny that they're doing, retrospectives of the Wild Wild West, where it's like, oh, we have great things to say about it, and who knows, maybe there'll be some horror stories thrown in there too. But
I'm sure.
Oh, definitely.
I don't know. It's hard to kind of look at anything Vice ever since. I'll be honest, ever since that Benoit, because that was a hard one to get through, and they released it.
Jesus Christ.
James, I'll put it out there for you. That is the only thing I've ever watched from Vice TV. That first episode with Benoit and freaking, and I was like, okay, this is it. I'm done.
That was a rough season opener. I'll tell you what.
You should see if you can find the Owen Hart one, Noah. That one is
that one's tough. That one's tough too.
I don't know if I could do that. I already told you what my very first match was I ever saw. Do you really think I need to see that?
That's true. Fair enough.
Anyway, continue, James. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm all set with but it's hard because it's like they're gonna try to put a positive spin. It's like, well, clearly you're not very great at that.
Yeah, no.
Sorry,
you're
not.
Well, but you know what
But
though,
it's
James?
the Rock's production.
To be fair, you got Dwayne and Danny. They tend to. The true story does need to be told. There's no doubt about that. And there was a question earlier about going back to the Hackenschmidt days. The territories weren't even really a thing in the Hackenschmidt days. It was pretty much out there in the Northeast. And if you saw wrestling anywhere else, Abe Lincoln was a wrestler in his part of the country, back in the 1800s. But, as far as the actual organized wrestling, even before it became, kayfabe or the Goldust Trio or whatever, it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows by any means. You read that book about the NWA by Tim Hornbaker, there was some dirty shit going on. The U.S. government was involved trying to get in there for some antitrust shenanigans. So if they're going to tell the story, Dwayne slant, Danny slant or not, they've got to tell the whole story.
I would hope they would.
Yes, sir. Go on.
I just want to chime in before I forget it. Since you said the truth needs to be told, do you guys remember the Rise and Fall ECW? Well, I think we need a non-WWE produced version of that.
Definitely.
There kind of was, because Douglas and Borash did the Forever Hardcore, which really told the stuff that WWE didn't want out there. It didn't do well because the Rise and Fall completely squashed it as far as promotion and generating publicity and advertising.
I still remember the day I bought that.
Right? Yeah, I still to this day have that YouTube saved on because I go back to it. It's like, man, this is the real shit. Like,
I go to YouTube and look at these retrospective channels on WWE Superstars Today, how they came from, the different phases they went through, like John Moxley, like AJ Styles. I look at the age of Inokiism and New Japan Pro Wrestling in the early days. And then you had guys like Brock Lesnar and Bob Sapp come into play and get the IWGP championship, and it's like, good grief.
Yep. So, a couple things before we move on to the next person. Josh, I've been saying since the whole Vince news broke, never say never. This one I might make an exception. I don't think we're ever going to get anybody to, and again, not anybody, but enough people that have the balls to actually do it.
Yeah.
Like the people that actually know the stories, they're not going to have the chutzpah to get on camera and actually talk about it. Otherwise, I'd buy the whole case of it and sell it out.
Especially in recent events.
Right?
We're not going to see the self-destruction of Vince McMahon.
No, that's not going to be a thing. And as far as the super chat, thank you, Psycho, for the $2. I don't want to inflict that kind of pain on Walter and Mikey T, because Colin will rule that ass. Like, no.
I will rule you.
I am so glad that got brought up in the freaking chat today, and Josh didn't know who it was, and I was disappointed in you, Josh.
I know, dude. How have you not seen Ready to Rumble?
That's because Josh was like 2 or 3 years old when that came out.
Doesn't matter. No excuse.
It's on Amazon Prime right now, currently.
For free, as far as I know.
I've watched it twice in the last month.
Josh, go look it up. It's called Ready to Rumble with former WCW champion David Arquette.
There's a lame brain. Okay, well, first off, sorry, James. Yeah, he said it. There's a lame brain pop song called Ready to Rumble that was used as a Royal Rumble theme.
Okay, all right. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm making an executive decision right here, right now. We need to get together, the group of us, and find a free calendar day. We are doing a watch along and Ready to fucking Rumble.
Right?
just for Josh.
Dude,
like seriously, this is upsetting.
It's David Arquette. It's Scott Conn. It's Oliver Platt, who plays the guy in the picture, Jimmy Keene.
And
You've
he
got
plays
Goldberg.
Dr. Charles
you've got
on Chicago
DDP.
Yes.
You've got a non-signed, still training in UPW John Cena cameo.
He's in there. Yep.
You got Juventude.
You've got unmasked Rey Mysterio.
Right.
And Juventude.
And Juventude, yeah.
You've got
Perry
Perry Saturn, who's one of the heavies who by the time it came out was on WWF television.
Bam Bam.
You got a guy called Cyrus before ECW made Don Callis a thing.
Cyrus the Virus.
Right.
I wonder where that guy is right now.
So, look, I shit on this movie for so long. I really did. I hated it. Yeah, seriously. Rose McGowan's a Nitro Girl. There you go.
And you've got Martin Landau, who's basically a fictional version of Stu Hart.
Or Stu Hart combined with Killer Kowalski. That's
The last time I did a watch along for any movie, it was you.
And Nathan makes a very good point. Don't forget about Sting. He's also
Roy
in Rumble.
Giovanni would rip your throat out if you forgot that.
That's right, he would.
Definitely, if you anyone in this stream, if you have not seen it, go check it out. I'm pretty sure it's on Amazon Prime.
Put the link in the description down below.
I'll go change it when we're done, for real. Mikey, or somebody. Yeah, go ahead, Jay.
I think it's just you and Mikey that still have to talk about this topic.
And I've gone last already, so yeah, I'll go ahead.
You figure you mentioned the whole Vice and the spin they put on things, and keeping in mind that it's The Rock, it's $7 production. You figure the fact that his dad was a journeyman, who went from territory to territory to territory.
Grandfather too.
I'm sure. I mean, you throw the image back up. Soul Man Rocky Johnson is one of the people on the image, or at least of what. Yeah, there in the middle.
So you get the Soul Man, the King.
Prominent.
Yeah, Soul Man's there. Arn's there. The King. Carrie. And I forget the women's name. Forgive me. I forget who that is.
But I mean, you know that these stories are going to be told with love. Because of what his father went through. I mean, it's not all going to be sunshine and rainbows.
Nothing on
but
my
it's not going to be, here's an hour and a half about the plane ride from hell, and let's just murder everybody that was on it that's not already dead.
Right. Yeah, it's one of those things, Jay. Like, it's one thing to tell the story; it's another thing to romanticize the story. And I think that Dwayne, with all of his experience, I mean, you figure he's been doing the movie, TV acting stuff for well over 2 decades now. So he knows how to quote unquote play the game, right? So
what has he directed though is the question.
Well, no, directed isn't the issue because it's his production company that's behind it. Much like Young Rock, which by the way, another thing, if y'all haven't seen Young Rock, get on the Peacock and watch it.
I have not watched a single episode of it.
It is. I didn't give it a chance just because, like you, Colin, there's so much shit on my. There's a list over here that Aaron and JJ gave me of movies to watch. I'm gonna be watching movies till I'm 364 years old at this rate. But
he's still trying to watch Gotham, which he's been trying to watch for the last 5 years.
Dude, it's such a good series.
Thank you, Colin.
Okay. All right. But hang on. The first 2 seasons, are they not a mucker feather to get through?
Yes, it's slow, but it's worth it. Okay.
I know. I got through the first season. I was over at his house.
That was the last show. That was the last show that me, my fiance, and our son watched as a family.
Okay, fair enough.
That's noble.
And it's been a while. And part of the reason I'm so far behind on TV too is because she works first shift. I work a combination of first and second, so we're never in the same room at the same time.
TV you speak of?
Right.
Cable.
But yeah, Gotham.
Device that you use to watch professional wrestling. Damn it!
But I digress. Hey, I only use streaming services to watch 2 TV shows a week. Well, 3 technically.
Yeah, Psycho. I will agree. The Joker, the Joker character on Gotham is better than Jared Leto. But again, people shit on Jared Leto unnecessarily. We're going to get off into the weeds if we go down that rabbit hole. So let's just not.
I'm gonna
You
have
don't
to.
need to
I'm gonna
take the
have to
yellow
hop
brick
off
road.
here in a few, anyways. I got to eat and go to bed because I got to get back to work soon.
No worries, Colin.
But yeah, it's again, it's one of those you can tell the story, but you don't have to romanticize it. And I think Dwayne, having that production company, having that experience behind him, he'll find the balance. It's much like the XFL. People are like, oh, the XFL is gonna flop again because it's not gonna be the same thing though. It's not Vince and his. It's not Vince and his romanticized, I can do whatever I want. I'm Vince McMahon, damn it. It's Dwayne. And, I mean, just the coaching staff and the people he's hired in the front office gives me hope about the XFL. It really does.
Dwayne, who's played in the CFL. So,
yeah, and Dwayne has tried to play in the NFL, had the failures, and he knows what the difference is. I think with this show, there will be a good balance. I can hope for that anyway. Again, like we talked about all week, you and I, Jay, Dwayne seems to be King Midas. There should be a movie about King Midas with Dwayne as a starring role, by the way. Just throwing that out there now.
5 years, give it.
That's right, 5 years.
King Narcissist.
Right. But I think that this will be a true showing whether a wrestling documentary series, not completely or at least, in the shadows produced by WWE, can have a both positive and negative light to it. We'll see how it goes.
Exactly.
Fair
I
point.
think that just leaves Stat
Stat
and
Boy
Colin
to bring
again,
us
man.
home.
We need to talk more, brother. Appreciate you. Always appreciate you, man.
I'll tap out after this topic. We'll wrap it up and with Mikey and.
And yes, Josh, I will send you a link to tag in, brother. Just give me a second.
Ohio, take over.
God help me.
We had one of those and it was dope.
Stat Boy, bring us home on this topic.
Bummed I missed that.
Okay. I love a good story. It's a teaching tool, I believe. I have my favorite stories from, be it WWE Storytime, Dark Side of the Ring, countless documentaries.
24/7.
The 24/7, yes, absolutely. The earlier network days. So I think this will be a good thing. Are there stories out there that we still don't know about? Yes. Is there one we can think of?
Absolutely.
Is there one that we can think of off the top of our head that we want to hear about? If you've got one, throw one out that you know of I'll be like, oh, that happened, really? I mean,
I'd love to see an episode about all the stuff that used to go down at the Olympic. Like, I've heard some stories from my dad, and I've read the book that came out from the ring announcer there. I forget the gentleman's name.
Dick Vitale.
But my dad had that book for so long, and I remember reading the book about everything, and then that inspired me to get Judo Gene LaBelle's autobiography and read it. But like there's so many territories, I think, whose story hasn't been told, that it's going to be cool to like open up Pandora's box, if you will, about some.
And that I've never heard of, but I might have heard this name actually worked there or went through there for all I know. Again, there's that sense of intrigue, if nothing else, despite how much we are literally exposed to anything going on or being known about or taught through the wrestling industry in some sort of way.
So yeah, I'm all for it.
Cool deal. All right. Moving on to the next one. So, Colin, thank you so much for joining us.
Don't be a stranger.
Yeah, I know.
We hope that you guys can join us for another one down the road.
Are we going to see you on Thursday for number 200 NoDQ review, sir?
There's a couple of variables in that.
Right.
I work, so I will be at work. If I can get cell service,
right.
And so if anyone just wants to send me the link, I'll try to tap in, and if it's for 2 seconds, just to say, hey, yes, I'm gonna do my damnedest.
Cool.
There you go.
Cool, man.
So
appreciate that, brother.
It depends on how busy I am. I have a kitchen to run. So.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I say restaurant business is no joke. It's one thing for me to work in IT, waiting for a call for somebody. I can't get into my email. It's another thing to take care of somebody's order or make sure the kitchen doesn't catch fire.
No, there's I run a tight ship, dude. I'm kind of a dick. I'm not gonna lie.
So that you gotta be.
You have to
Never
be.
would have thought never would have thought that about you, Colin.
Like it's well, I mean,
but you have to run the kitchen, dude. You have to.
Exactly.
I have a job to do, and
Exactly.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna ask you nicely once, twice. The third time,
boom.
I'm gonna fucking tell you.
Yep.
You know,
be assertive.
I've made servers quit. I've had people cry. Like I've broken plates. Like I've been in this industry for 20 years. I just turned 34 Wednesday.
There you go.
So
You're Chef Ramsay.
How many Gordon Ramsay moments have you had?
No, because Colin actually knows the difference between maintaining balance and still getting the shit done and being an asshole for television purposes. That's the difference.
Like I yell when I have to, and it's just because I have to. And some people don't understand. Look, because I'm one of the chefs that I work my line. I just don't stand there and bark orders. Like I'm working my station. I'm working a station.
You're in action.
I hold multiple roles, and I'm busy, and I'll do what I can. And if I can't be there, I'll do my best to send a message.
There you go.
At least I got switched to this family plan. We linked all our stuff together. So
Lord, you got caught in that bubble.
I can't send like super chats because I don't have the activation code. And, I'm not going to be like, hey, can I have the activation code so I can send that dude money? You know what I mean? Like, I don't think she's going to like that very much. So like,
$2 on this.
Yeah, exactly. So, it is what it is. But again, thanks. I'll do my best to get back on. James, good seeing you. JJ, Noah, Mikey, Jeffrey, Joshua.
Yes, Jeffrey and Joshua.
Before you leave us real quick, Colin, tell people where they can follow you.
My Twitter handle is right below me, NoDQ, Colin Andrew. You can follow my YouTube channel, The Cleaver, Colin Andrew. I've been kind of lackluster on it just because, again, I'm a busy man.
Priorities for passions, my friend.
And it's just, I don't know. I honestly really haven't done much since my mom died in January. I just haven't found the motivation and stuff too on my off days. So, it is what it is. Maybe once, summer winds down and I finish building my theater in the basement, I can finally get back to that because I bought a big ass projector screen and a projector and shit. And I've been working mad overtime. So I'm just like, oh, well. And Amazon Prime Day is a real motherfucker. So,
there's a reason the picture's so clear today, brother. I'll say that.
No kidding.
Well, that and I'm upstairs. I'm upstairs tonight in the basement. I have different lighting. I have like different recessed lighting, and backlighting over here, and
there you go.
Right, stuff like that. So, but anyways, you guys, I'll throw on the tube here. I'm going to eat and try to get to bed here within the next 45 minutes so I can wake up at 6. So
God bless you, man. Thanks for popping in, brother. We appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Colin. I'll see you next time.
Yes, sirs. Take care, guys.
You too.
Good night, man.
Take it easy, Colin.
And then there were 6, despite the
all right, Mansfield, you muckerfucker. All right.
The fact that Jeff gave
Denver is winning 17-0.
Oh, shut up.
It's preseason week 1. Eat me. Seriously.
Save it for Tuesday,
the
Josh.
fact that Jeff gave you a seat after ragging on his Cowboys earlier.
It's like I said, it's preseason. You get me. Okay, now here's the thing. Open mic nights next Saturday. JJ, you are running that shit because I'm gonna be at the game. So
there we go.
Now,
James might need to take.
But doesn't mean I'm not going to hear what goes on. So if the Cowboys are shit on while I'm at a Cowboys game, there will be blood. I promise you.
I'm gonna say this real quick before we finally get back into what this is about. That's about wrestling.
Bring it.
There we go.
My brother from church, my other brother. I call him, his name's Savon Ross, nickname Ross the Boss. His favorite team, his family's favorite team, Dallas Cowboys.
There you go.
God bless him.
Yes, indeed. God bless him.
So, Josh,
Steph, where did you
welcome
go,
to the show.
by the way, on that topic?
He did, yes.
He did.
Okay.
He did.
Yep. So, on to the next.
Yes,
no,
on to the... Yeah, everyone's gone on the Vice topic except for Josh.
Did you want to give Josh a chance to talk about briefly what we've talked about? Just kind of give a little.
No, I tagged in for the next topic. I didn't know anything about that topic.
Okay.
Okay. Where the hell are we at here?
Our next topic up is
Oh,
an
yeah.
interesting one because while we know that we need some tournaments to crown these new champions, have they created some blunders in their brackets to kind of hinder the new tag titles, and specifically the women's tag team bracket? If Jeff,
The answer
you
is
can
yes.
throw that up there.
I'm working on it, brother. Just give me time. Stall, bro. Oh, wait. Okay. Okay. So hang on really quickly. Who won the SmackDown tournament match last night?
Raquel and Aaliyah.
Raquel
Yeah.
and Aaliyah.
Okay. That's what I thought. Okay. Go ahead, JJ. Continue.
So you've got the Raw, the women's tag team tournament, and you've got one side is Raw, one side is SmackDown, obviously. But then you create matches that you really want to see in the finals for the semis.
Yeah.
You know, it's without question that we're going to end up with Io Sky and Dakota Kai versus Asuka and Alexa for the finals on Raw.
Yep.
Right.
You know, that's a given.
Absolutely.
We've got Raquel and Aaliyah over on SmackDown, so we've got to have heels for them to go up against. So it's not going to be the NXT contingent.
No.
It's going to be Sonya and Natty.
Yep.
I'm trying. I really am.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're killing me, Jeff.
I'm sorry. Okay, I was talking about the technology working, and then I jinxed my damn self.
You're killing the Smalls.
So we've got these brackets, and it's like, okay, why couldn't we have had a match from each brand in each side of the brackets? That way we could have at least ended with Io and Dakota versus Alexa and Asuka. Yeah, that's the other thing, is it's a bunch of random tag teams. The one legitimate tag team they could have put into this fucking tournament,
God damn it.
they gave a makeshift NXT team the spot instead of putting Toxic Fucking Attraction.
I can't type that fast to change the count, Jay. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I haven't seen a count all night, Meacham. Don't give me that crap. Get the shit, Meacham.
The fuck?
Ding. Okay,
I hate
first
you all.
off, let me go ahead and diffuse the situation, as I usually do, for I am the simple man and the voice of reason. But JJ, you like to segue stuff. You literally are segueing what we talked about a couple weeks ago, and literally, but you just you threw out one key word that really hit me right here: brands. Let's look at the WWE, shall we, as a whole. You have the SmackDown and the Raw side. That's the main front. Then you have, not my NXT. And then you have NXT UK. I'm going to stand on that till it freaking is in the grave, damn it. But I digress. And then you have NXT UK, where I've already seen several women's tag teams. So, you're telling me you couldn't do a single worthwhile 2 teams from Raw. We already know the 2 teams that are the most worthwhile. They're actual legitimate teams, and you literally just talked about the finals. You couldn't do 2 teams from SmackDown. Although now it seems like you literally found the 4 women that make sense to be teams, and Sonya Deville, Natalya, and Raquel Gonzalez, and Aaliyah, considering you give them most of the TV time. Sorry, Xia Li and Shotzi, back to catering, because, well, you're kind of lost in the shuffle.
Yeah.
You could have done
I'm watching that match.
You could have done NXT, not my NXT, but I will freaking stand by it. NXT, you could have did the Toxic Attraction and freaking use your new NXT Women Tag Team Champions, and Casey and Kaden highly deserved it. But you could use that not only for this, but if Toxic Attraction did beat them, that could have literally qualified them to challenge for the tag titles again on whatever NXT experience that's ahead. And as far as NXT UK goes, you have the freaking, what's her name? Xia Brookside and Eliza Alexander. And you could freaking probably do some makeshift team out of, I'm looking at the women's roster, how deep it is. They probably could pull something together with freaking Blair Davenport and, what's her name? The roster's too deep. I'm trying to figure about Nina Samuels. Or no. Realistically, Michael Satomura and Saray. They could have did something like that. Here's how you bring attention to all products underneath your banner, damn it, and make me think that, okay, this tournament isn't so flat. Because who in the hell has a realistic chance to win this freaking thing besides Dakota Kai and Io Sky? Nobody. Freaking Nikita Lyons right now, she's stuck facing Lash Legend, and all they're doing is trying to twerk each other to death. And then you got Zoe Stark, who's trying to take the title from Mandy Rose at this point. And as long as Bruce Bridges, the freaking guy leading this NXT, not my NXT, Mandy Rose ain't driving that damn title. So this is absolute bogus, considering how they set up this bracket. And the only thing that matters at this point is Io Sky and Dakota Kai is going to win this thing. And the title still probably will not matter in the short run. But good luck, Triple H. Pointless.
Yeah, I mean, the only match that I really give a shit about is Io Sky, Dakota Kai, and Alexa and Asuka.
Exactly.
And that one could really go either way. I mean, I seriously doubt they're going to kill the momentum behind the returning duo managed by Bayley. But you've got Alexa and Asuka. It could really go either way there. Whereas you're going to end up with either Raquel and Aaliyah or Shayna, or excuse me, Botch. Natty and Sonya. It's like no one cares about those teams. Like I figure it'll probably be Raquel because they've been pushing her to the moon, to steal a phrase from Cameron Grimes.
Cameron Grimes. What the hell is he doing nowadays?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
They keep having Joe Gacy trying to proposition him to join his cult faction. Because, that's going to be interesting television.
Not my NXT, but continue.
And then on the Trios tournament, Jeff, have you got that bracket ready, or do I need to stall some more?
Just a second.
This Jeff Meacham production is brought to you by the Jeff Meacham Network. Buy a shirt. Go to the Pro Wrestling Tees store today and buy a shirt. But I digress. And now
specifically buy one of these two men's shirts.
Josh, the Cleveland combatant, will one day have a shirt when he learns to appreciate the Dallas Cowboys as much as Jeff Meacham. But I digress.
That'll never happen.
That could never happen.
Well, let me put it to you this way, Noah.
Go ahead, Josh.
Tonight, I was at Mass with my bishop, who is the former chaplain of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Ooh.
And I flat out told him, go Browns.
Oh.
So, what does that tell you?
He probably told you blasphemy.
No, he just laughed.
Oh, okay, well, that's noble.
And then we have the AEW Trios tournament.
Yeah.
And while I feel they did do a little bit better here.
They did.
Jeff, you were talking about the one match that you wanted to see as the finals, and that's going to be the semis on this one too.
Right, exactly.
Which match is that?
Yeah. Shit, wrong. Hang on. Wrong. Sorry, my bad. I meant to do that one. Okay, botch again. There we go. Okay. Honestly, the final should be Ospreay and his boys against Young Bucks and Kenny. And at best, we're going to get that in the semifinals, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
So did the AEW tournament botch things with their placement of teams on this as well?
There's a lot I could say about this too, but I am not the only voice that watches AEW in this room. James,
well, no, we all watch AEW in this room, I think. Oh, Josh is shaking his head no.
Noah,
Very little.
Let JJ moderate. That's his job today. That's his job.
Gotcha.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
That's my job every Saturday, and I strive to get fired in future endeavored every week.
How many
when I
times
do
have you
it.
been future endeavored though? Is the thing I'm wondering.
Well, yeah, but the problem is we're not in on Jeff Jarrett anymore, so he has to be creative about it now.
That needs to be the new count, is how many weeks I get future endeavored.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so Josh doesn't watch AEW, and I know Mikey tries when he can. I think the rest of us do watch it, though. I have actually found myself highly entertained from AEW.
Hey.
I still claim myself more of a WWE guy. I'm not one of these toxic fans that's like, it's WWE or nothing. I can appreciate both. I can appreciate both for everything they bring. But yeah, we'll go ahead and throw it to James next. Do you feel like they kind of jacked up the tournament brackets here? Stay awake, James.
Oh no, I'm awake.
He's focused.
Okay. I'm gonna just call it as it is. You had actually enough trios to do a 16 team tournament, and you didn't. You should have started this way earlier. You waited too long because you were holding out hope that Kenny would be freaking cleared. Which literally we got the word as soon as this week, because nothing else is going to make sense if Kenny doesn't freaking join the fight. Right. That's the only reason we're even getting the brackets we're getting now. And by the way, card subject to change, because I guarantee you that the Dark Order is going to be assaulted by the Undisputed Era. That's happening, and they're taking their spot. That's probably happening at this point. So that's going to be the freaking final, which is the end result that people are going to want to see anyway.
If Ospreay and his guys are on the same side of the bracket as the Bucks and Kenny, then yeah, I want Adam and Red Dragon on the other side just to make sure we get something.
But you have so many other trios that you're not even utilizing. You had the Gun Club, you had the Factory, which have actually produced pretty damn good bangers, which nobody freaking talks about ever. I still remember the one they had on the Forbidden Door pre-show. You didn't put that there. You had there was a few other teams I'm forgetting off the top of my head, but the bottom line is you had teams. And if you didn't have teams, you worked with New Japan, and at one point you worked with Impact. You had enough teams to fill the 16-team bracket.
Mm-hmm.
This is like Dark Order and the House of Black, interesting. Okay. Los Ingobernables and the Elite, cool. Will Ospreay and Aussie Open, Death Triangle, really cool.
I get to see that live in Cleveland. Let's freaking go.
The issue is the force of the Trust Busters, when in reality this spot should have gone to the Factory or a New Japan team, another New Japan trio team, or Blackpool Combat Club, or CMFTR, which they were building on TV for a bit. Any of those teams that they were utilizing. To help, FTR and Wardlow.
I was going to say, we saw that this week, yeah.
Butcher and the Blade, and then Heligo's been putting in the work lately, too, on Dark Elevation.
Yeah, and not to mention, all these teams that you're building up that are actually on Dark that are actually getting noticed that people want to see. You had a huge opportunity here, and you kind of just, I get, what's the idea of the Trust Busters? They're jobbing to the best friend, right? At least if you put the Factory in there, okay, cool. At least we'll get a decent match out of it. Makes sense. At least you have an established freaking team. The Trust Busters was literally formed at Death Before Dishonor not too long ago. Jesus. But yeah.
Whoever that is, kill your sound while that's happening, please.
Yeah, I already did that.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't even know. This was for me really botched in that department. I feel like if you got rid of the Trust Busters, the tournament could be a little bit better. But even then, it's like you could have done 16 teams and you didn't. And the problem is you waited too long because you were holding out hope that Omega would be healed. And the fact is, he's not. He wasn't until now.
Mm-hmm.
You waited too long, Tony. You should have just went with the Hangman and Young Bucks. I'm sorry. Like, it comes down to I wanted to do Omega and the Young Bucks no matter what the freaking cost. Sometimes you just have to freaking roll with the punches, dude.
Right.
This is one of those situations where you waited way too damn long for this.
Yeah.
These titles needed to happen when you unveiled the North America, the All Atlantic Championship. Excuse me.
You're fine.
And is it just me, or does it not feel like they're doing this to try to capitalize on all the rehires that Triple H has been bringing back?
Not really.
Raymond, is this better?
I mean, Punk came back on Dynamite this past week. Omega coming back for this tournament.
Allegedly.
So, yeah, supposedly. Even if Omega isn't 100%, I was saying this to Jeff. Even if Omega is only, let's say, 75 or 80%, he can still stand on the ring apron with the Bucks, let them kill the majority of the match, come in, do a move or two, and get the victory. And you've still got that steam that Kenny Omega's back. And then even if they end up winning the titles, you can keep the same thing going for a little bit and just have the Bucks carry the momentum of the match. And then that could even lead to a storyline down the road once he's 100%. The Bucks saying that we had to carry you all this time.
The problem here, JJ, is this tournament is not dedicated necessarily to establishing titles. It is to push forward or complete a single narrative. James put it perfectly. This tournament is being defined on one individual returning. If that wasn't the case, looking at this bracket, I could clearly see this going other ways, and I'm hopeful because I have found, and James, you can attest to this, AEW isn't always that one-dimensional. Here, I truly feel like they are. But if they can somehow recreate this to be Death Triangle versus House of Black in the finals, if Will Ospreay and Ozzy Open can face maybe Dark Order, and you pick up where you left off on NJPW Strong, where you had the fallout from the NJPW Strong Openweight Tag Team Tournament, where, spoiler alert, folks, Ozzy Open won. They are your first ever NJPW Strong Tag Team Champions. Congratulations to them. It's one of those things where I don't want this tournament to so much focus on pushing a narrative surrounding particularly one individual, but actually establishing what AEW I think truly can carry, and that is a six-man tag team division. Ring of Honor did that for years, and they aren't even involved in this at all. James talking about our teams. I'm surprised we don't have Ring of Honor influence here with the Embassy, for example. What the hell are they doing?
The
and
Embassy,
we still know the future of Ring of Honor.
Yeah,
and I understand trying to keep Ring of Honor separated from AEW. That's a wise move. But this tournament right now just feels like you're pushing a story. You're not pushing a new championship picture that could have a ton of realistic contenders. And I hope that that's not the end result. I personally want to see the Young Bucks and question mark get screwed by the Undisputed Elite, who may not be fully medically cleared to compete for all we know. And you actually do surprise us and crown somebody else as the actual champions.
But it won't happen.
Look, well, again, suspension of disbelief, James. Go along with me, brother. But again, realistically, if I'm going to pick a winner for this, I hope that it's either House of Black or Will Ospreay and Ozzy Open. There, I said it.
I mean, it's either that or you give it to Cole and Red Dragon, because like at least it makes sense. But even then, like the whole idea was the end result on either of those realistic options, because I'm still convinced that they're going to freaking interfere in the Dark Order match. The idea is we had to wait for Kenny. We had to wait for Kenny to be healthy. Unacceptable. Sorry.
No,
I've been against it. I've been against it from day one when they conceived of that concept, and day one when they announced they're waiting for Kenny to be healthy. You needed to move on, and you had 15 other trios, possibly 16 to do it. You waited too damn long.
Jericho Appreciation Society, just saying.
There's so many goddamn trios, and you're doing nothing. You did nothing for ages because you were holding out hope for freaking Omega. Never do that shit.
No. It's one of those things where a personal agenda clouds professional development, especially in the wrestling industry. And unfortunately, this tournament feels exactly like that. Hello, Roman Reigns, who's holding down the WWE and 2 titles. But I digress.
Buy the t-shirt. Mikey,
pretty much it.
Yeah, that's all I gotta say too.
Mikey, have you got anything to add on this? Because I know you don't watch AEW as much as the rest of the room here.
As far as the tournaments, I think I briefly touched on it at the end of Step Boy Sports Bar.
I did.
They kind of dropped the ball on this one. They kind of looks like they threw it all together. I did say that on the left side of the bracket, there was going to be a clash between Alexa and Dakota and those teams. That should be the finals of this tournament, because on the right side of the tournament, yes, it's SmackDown, but there's just nobody there. If they why they didn't temporarily bring a team from Raw, like if they would have put the NXT team on the left side of the bracket and temporarily moved Alexa and Asuka over to the right side of the bracket, then they would have met up. Then whoever wins that match in the finals to become the title holders, then of course would possibly get confronted by Sasha and Naomi, and the story could continue. As far as the AEW tournament, like you guys said, I'm not part of it all, so I don't really have much to say about that. I still am not all sold on the concept of a trio tag team title. I think I said that a few months ago when that came up as well.
When we were talking about too many titles, when you figure about
Yeah.
AEW combining a Ring of Honor titles particularly, and they have the Triple A Tag Team titles, and then you figure about NJPW coming into play here too. But right now, at least it feels like they're separating Ring of Honor from AEW. So this sounds like it's going to be AEW only focus. But will Ospreay and Aussie Open United Empire involved in this? Okay, that's an interesting curveball. But yeah, James and I pretty much, I think, summed it up. There's at least 6 other trios off the top of our head that can replace at least 3 of these trios in this tournament. And as far as the WWE tournament goes, if they're going to have a alleged draft, you might as well have a mixed bag of Raw and SmackDown on each side, or at least a little bit more focus on your NXT actual tag teams, as Josh figures out his technology.
I'll even do you one better here as well for the women's side too. Like, where's Shayna Baszler, Ronda Rousey? You know, we already mentioned Toxic Attraction. Where are they? Where is, Trish Stratus and Lita was a recommended thing. I don't understand how you didn't bring those teams in. You have all the power in the world to try at this point, because I imagine Triple H isn't, if the story makes sense, it's not like he hasn't done it before with third-party companies and bringing them into WWE. Hello, Kota Ibushi. We've seen you do that with them. Why not reunite the Kabuki Warriors?
Well, yeah, there's
Alexa Bliss and Nikki Cross, not ASH.
Thank you.
Stuff like that. You could have made Rhea Ripley and Shotzi Blackheart. Like, there are teams here you could have made, and it's like you just did it because you have one team in mind, and it was for Io Sky and Dakota Kai. Same problem with the trios title, except in this case they just have one team in mind, whereas Tony was just waiting for somebody to get healthy. So.
Right. And James, you said Dakota Kai and Io Sky is the focus of this tournament. Again, the end game focus, according to everybody, is Sasha Banks and Naomi.
Yeah, exactly.
Which makes
because at the end of the day, once they win the tournament, you figure Sasha and Naomi are going to come out, along across the ring from Sasha's old friend and partner Bayley. We're still the champs. We never lost these.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned that.
Yeah, because as we transition to our next topic.
Well, hold on. What was I going to say? Didn't Jeff have something to say on that?
I honestly no, because you guys said everything I wanted to say. They loaded the brackets wrong on the AW side. They've completely made the entirety of the women's thing on the WWE side seem like one big giant cluster. Hell with it, clusterfuck. It's terrible. So I don't. You guys said all I needed to say, to be honest with you. So I'm kind of good, and I just like to transition. Josh is there. I'm just trying to see if he's. There we go. We got him. Okay, Josh, go ahead, brother.
My Wi-Fi decided to fuck the bed. So.
Which is normal.
The phrase is shit the bed, but I'll go ahead and add to the count again. Darn it, all the hell.
This is why I only use direct LAN. Try your best, folks, to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Shameless plug.
And quick thing before I give my spiel on this. Congratulations, Jeff. Your Cowboys scored.
Josh, I'm going to...
Mikey. Stop. Mikey, I love you. Don't defend the Cowboys winning, losing, whatever. It's preseason. It's the first week. I could not give any less of a shit if I actively scooped it out of my own ass and threw it away. Like, I don't care. I'm only going next week because... I only care because it's at SoFi. I'm going next week. Otherwise, I wouldn't even go to the game. Like, seriously.
Let's focus, gentlemen.
Mikey's trying to earn that 5-year extension.
Josh is trying to get himself thrown off the air by going off topic, like he's not supposed to do a NoDQ either. Focus on the topic, Mansfield.
Sorry, yeah.
Professional wrestling.
Slain,
Women's
damn it.
professional wrestling in particular.
Yes.
Damn it. But I digress.
Okay.
Buy that shirt, Josh, if you're going to keep talking.
So trios titles don't really care about. It's AEW, could care less. The women's tag titles, it makes sense what they're doing.
Yeah.
It makes sense to have Raw side and a SmackDown side. Yes, it reveals how Triple H has work to do on the SmackDown side when it comes to the women's roster. I think he's going to. I think when Toxic Attraction debuts, not if, but when, they should be put on SmackDown flat out.
Oh, yeah.
And I would not be surprised if Toxic Attraction takes out the NXT team that's in that bracket. I would not be surprised to see them do it.
Well, we'll see what happens on Tuesday because Zoe's facing Mandy, so there could very well be a direct correlation between those two things happening.
Which is true. Which is very true. If Zoe wins the title, then obviously we know what's happening in the.
Yeah, if Zoe beats Mandy, I think Mandy's girls have all the reason to cost her the tag titles on SmackDown.
Absolutely.
If it's still Bruce Pritchard's NXT, that ain't happening.
I don't think it is anymore, though, Mikey, because you got to remember, Triple H is in charge of all things creative.
According to Shawn Michaels, it was never Bruce or Vince's NXT. It was
Well, Jeff, I didn't say anything just now.
That was Noah.
Sorry, Noah. I'm sorry. Brain. Okay. Freudian vomit. I apologize. Freudian vomit. I apologize.
Let's be real. Anybody believing watching that product that wasn't a Vince and Bruce Pritchard production is come on.
I mean, they're trying to get to the people that don't know how to lose their virginity, and also the people that lack brain cells. But yeah.
Okay, now we're getting.
I'd take a little offense to that. No,
I was gonna say
I enjoy the show, but then again, I wasn't exposed to your NXT,
which is why I have that mentality. Nothing against you.
Okay.
Yeah,
you're not the focused demographic though either. That they're trying to get back.
This is also accurate. I will give you that.
So back to the tag titles for the girls.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's gonna be Alexa and Asuka versus Io and Dakota. Oops, my Alexa went off.
That can't. Well, on the Raw side, not in the finals.
Yeah, on the Raw side, that's what it's going to be.
Okay.
Which is interesting, especially because we're getting that 6-woman tag at Clash of the Castle. Right. So the tag title tournament finals isn't going to be at Clash of the Castle, obviously. So, you really think that they would have them do double duty?
No, but they can always change the booking on the fly, or look like they're changing the booking on the fly.
I don't see Triple H doing that. I just don't see him trying that.
Triple H grew up in the era of cards which should change. I think he absolutely would do that. I think he absolutely would do that.
And we got the SmackDown's title being defended. It's kind of weird that the Raw title's not being defended.
Fair enough. I mean, I honestly, like you guys know, last time I said there should have been Divas of Doom, should have been Lakewool, should have been the Bellas. Yes, fight me. I don't care.
Oh boy.
I get. You know what? No, I get why you say that now because looking at the brackets we got. Yeah. No,
I mean, realistically, those three teams sound more realistically like a competitive bracket than what we have now.
When we talked about it last week, we didn't have brackets. When we talk about it this week, I have a much clearer, less drunken perspective than I had last week when I came on here and bawled your ass out for it. Again, I wouldn't mind having Natty and Beth be in there, but they seem to want to push the narrative of Natty being this cocky, I've set every record in the women's division heel, and Sonya is perfect because they're doing shit all with Sonya right now because of this not being an official thing anymore. So, yeah, have them be the team. If they lose, which they won't lose the first round at least because they're going to face Zoe and Nikita in the second round now. I'm sorry, they're facing Zoe and Nikita this round, and the baby faces have already advanced on the other side. So we'll have that match be in the semis unless they go completely babyface versus babyface booking, which again Triple H has never been opposed to before. But yeah, Natty and Beth would have been fine. Beth is in the best shape of her goddamn life if you follow her social media. Holy shit. The Bellas though are not there. Like they can get all glossed up and do the little butt twirl thing and whatever. I'm never doing that again, by the way. That's never going to happen. That was just really awkward for me to even think about doing that right now. As I did it, it was kind of awkward. I kind of scared of myself. Not going to lie.
If you want to see Jeff do the butt,
No. Okay, there's his real future endeavor for the night right there. There it is.
Good grief.
Negative.
Quit trying to be fired.
Not enough money in the world right now. For real.
I'm trying to get you a good
do the Bella's entrance next time on the Greg Cherry Show.
Or alcohol.
Seriously, for me to get up and actually do the Nikki Bella butt twirl, there's not enough money in this chat room or booze in this house. Okay, now so Bella's wouldn't be physically ready, especially if you watch the recent thing they did on A&E, which I did watch, and I actually did find myself captivated by their story. So there is that. But Brie, I think would possibly. I think Nikki is just like she's done. She's over it at this point as far as the physicality. But they went with what they were able to go with. And again, we don't have to like it necessarily. I know that they did that big speech with the big man. You're going to give you what you want. It's like they're giving us what we want with the means they have. And I think the still non-believers, and I know the two gentlemen in the upper corners here are actually watching more often, and they're seeing what they've been missing, or they're seeing what they're trying to fix of what they've been missing. So I don't have a problem with it laying out right now. However, I don't think that we should. James has always preached to us off air and on air, always keep your expectations low. That way you're happily surprised rather than extremely disappointed. This bracket, these 8 teams we have, kind of is what it is, right? Yeah, but if the end game is EO and Dakota ending up in the finals, winning the thing, and then we've got Bayley's team and the return of Sasha and Naomi, which we're going to get to here momentarily, kind of, sort of, then I'm okay with that because Sasha and Naomi were a babyface team when they left television. And then we get Bayley, who is very much a jaded, I was gone for a year and, I was, away, and you haven't done anything with these two ladies, they're heels. So it's a good synergy, but when we talk about the next topic Jay is going to bring up here, if Sasha and Naomi are brought back in the babyface way, they've got to do better than how they've been doing at media appearances lately.
Yeah, I was going to say, when they bring Sasha back, is she even going to be a babyface because of everything that's going on?
Well, she does idolize Eddie Guerrero.
Yeah. I mean, this is just ridiculous.
What am I looking at?
You're looking at pictures from the C2E2 Expo, And Sasha was the only one doing this. Actually, you know what? Mercedes was the only one doing this. She was making people stand 4 to 6 feet away from her for the post photos. What? Naomi kind of got lumped in there via default, but if you see the photos of Trinity with people without Sasha, she's standing next to them, hugging them, whatever.
Yeah.
But if you wanted Mercedes in a photo, which you were already paying $90 for just for her, $130 if you wanted Trinity also, you're standing 4 to 6 feet away from her. And if you look at this picture, she doesn't even look like she's happy to be there. That's why we cropped her face and kind of blew it up there. It's like she looks so nonchalant about being here. You look at Trinity, she's got a huge smile on her face. Everybody else has got smiles. Mercedes is like, can I get the fuck out of here already?
Mercedes be like the freaking Princess Jasmine Dylan met for the first time at Disneyland. If you know, you know. None of you know except JJ, but that's okay.
Yo, Mikey, put your hand down. I already had full intention to coming to you first because you asked if you could be on this show because you had a rant prepared about this. So I'm going to turn the floor over to you first and foremost, and then pretty much if anybody has anything to add that Mikey doesn't say, because I don't know what he's about to say, but I know that if he's got a rant prepared, it's going to be good. But we can just go to you afterwards. So if you've got something to add that Mikey doesn't address, raise your hand once he comes to be done.
Play this out.
Stat Boy, the floor is yours.
Yo, Renegade, something to say? I'm an old stat boy on a war. I'm done. This is going to be a bloodbath. Mercedes, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh, hell, here we go.
You think just because you're getting paid $30,000 to appear, to have fans meet you, and you have the right to call them icky? Okay, if they have hygiene problems, that's one thing, okay? And they're paying their hard-earned money to come and see you, and you want to treat them like they have COVID without a mask on? Oh, you have to stand 6 feet away from me? You know what I'm going to do with that $90? I'm going to put it in my pocket and say, you know what? You're not getting my money and you're not getting my time. That is a huge disrespect to anybody who would do that. Okay. Now I get it. If you don't want them to put your arm around you in a picture, that's one thing. Okay. You can stand next to each other. You can smile. You have to have that honest smile. Okay. You know, and like I say, I'm not calling you by your stage name. I'm calling you by your real name because you're acting like you're on a talk show. I can do whatever I want. I'm getting paid $30,000. Okay.
Whatever I do, I want.
Exactly. Take that $30,000 and buy yourself a better attitude. Okay. Your cousin would gladly put his hand around somebody.
And he did at the party the other night.
Oh yeah. And I want to quickly talk about that big gold belt that he threw out. That's the greatest belt ever. But I mean, come on. Okay. Now the fans will love you if and when you come back. The first night you come back, if you come back, which we're hoping for, they will cheer for you. Then you'll go into heel face mode and they'll boo you either way. But I mean, this does not make me want to spend my time on you anymore. You know, if you come back, I'm going to be like, I'm not going to see Sasha Banks. I'm going to see Mercedes. And I'm always going to go back to this person who's just, you know, oh, autograph. Here you go. Next. Oh, I'm getting paid. You're almost the Kyle Busch of WWE right now. How about that one? You're always doing it for the money, and you're doing it so you won't get fined. How about that one? How about that?
That always make worth. Okay.
Well, I'm sorry. I mean, I there's no secret. I don't like Kyle Busch either. And you know, if he doesn't get a sponsor in 2023, well then drive your car through that garage door and don't come back. Okay. So, you know, God bless you, Trinity, for putting up with Mercedes. Okay, at least you walked out with her. That's one thing, but you're going to come back with Trinity's going to get through with this without a thing. But I don't want to see Sasha Banks ever again. I don't want to see her with a title around her waist. I don't want to see that blue hair, red hair, green hair, purple hair. I don't care what color hair it is, because I don't like it anymore.
Right.
I'm sorry. I am a cool guy, Darren. I'm just upset at the whole situation. I'm sorry, okay? If I made you upset, Darren, I apologize.
I wasn't even going to address the comment on there, but I go, okay, well, since Mikey went ahead and addressed it, I'll go ahead and throw it up there.
Like I said, I'm entitled to my opinion. I do not like what she has done. It is wrong. And, to the guy who even paid you the $30,000, what were you thinking? Why would you put out that much money when, okay, well, if he is okay. I've also been taught that even though I don't like the guy, he is a good driver. I will give him that. But his attitude outside the track is something.
His attitude's gotten better. He's been better the last couple of years.
Fine, okay. But fine. I also want to question the people that ran this convention. Why would you drop that kind of money? Did you get a profit off of this? Did you make money off of your $30,000 investment? Because if you didn't, I'm sorry, you lost out on that one.
All right. Before anybody else takes over, let me just say this for two things. First of all, again, I don't disagree with Mikey's attitude of the situation, because she was way off base to act like that. It could be the virus, it could be whatever, and that's fine. And no, Big G, for the record, Noah's not asleep. He's actually auditioning for the BET version of Weekend at Bernie's. Anyway, go ahead.
I understood that reference.
That's profiling, but I'm not necessarily incorrect. Anyway,
movies with one sequel coming soon.
Actually, that's true, because there was a Weekend at Bernie's too. Somehow they got another movie out of that crap. Oh my god. Okay. All right, JJ, go ahead and take it back. I'm good.
I mean,
is there really anything about either of these ladies that we haven't already said ad nauseum?
I just think that this is a new low.
Okay.
I get the whole virus thing. If that's the concern, then why are you even at this convention?
Right. Why are you leaving Boston in the first place?
Why are you taking $30,000 to come to this con if you're so worried about the virus in the first place?
Right.
So that's how I know it's not a virus thing.
Right.
Because she wouldn't subject herself to the travel, the airfare, the hotel, being in the building, the hundreds of people that lined up to meet her and get autographs and those professional photos. Again, $90 just for one with Mercedes, $130 if you wanted Trinity too.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
She wouldn't have subjected herself to all that if she was concerned about the virus. Right. Now, I get that a couple of the girls in the past have had stalker issues.
Well, yeah.
We see these photos pop up online from time to time from male fans kind of posing with the women that more or less look like prom photos.
Right.
Where their arms are like around their midsection and they're kind of cuddled up to them. And it's like, okay, I can even get that some of us male fans can come off as creepy. I get it.
Yeah, me.
But I wasn't going to throw you under the bus, but if you want to Regina George yourself, go right ahead, stat boy.
Hey, if it's the truth, I'll say it. I don't care.
But again, if you have those issues, then just say, I'm only going to sign autographs. I'm not going to do pictures.
Right.
Then you don't create this issue where you're charging people $130 and they feel unsatisfied, because this was the common thread coming out of this con. Right. Is people were sharing these photos on social media talking about how they paid all this money to get this distance between them.
Right.
And again, it was only Mercedes. It wasn't Trinity. It wasn't any of the other celebrities that were there.
No.
It was just her. Josh, do you have anything you'd like to say about this before I throw it up to James and Noah?
Well, I'll be honest, I didn't even see any of the backlash. Like, I saw the photos, obviously. I never really thought much of it. I'll be honest. Like, I get where everyone's coming from. I never thought much of it. I said,
Okay.
oh, she's just wanting to keep her distance.
But
You
put
know,
yourself in their position.
I never read much into it. What
Okay, but
you
put
guys
yourself
did.
into the fan's position. If you had paid $90 for this picture,
Right,
and that's
yeah.
the way the picture was, would you feel like you got what your money was worth?
I'm not sure how I would feel. Part of me, I'm playing devil's advocate a little bit.
I get that, and I appreciate
Part of me
that.
would be like, there's still a picture. I'm still talking with her. Yes, it's a lot of darn money, but that's because she knows what she's worth. It's Sasha freaking Banks. I don't think it's a looking down at the fans. She might be upset for the amount that did turn on her and Trinity when they walked out, even though the majority of us supported them in that. I did. Again, I'm not going to assign a motive to her deciding this. I'll leave that for her to say. And I would not say that she is the Kyle Busch. I mean, Tony Stewart's just as bad as Kyle Busch, but Kyle Busch is a piece of shit. But
God.
I digress.
Buy the shirt.
10.
Hey, I have a reason for that, but I digress.
That's
11.
fair. I mean, if you've got a personal reason.
11 what?
Oh, my sister met him once, and he was and Tony Stewart was an asshole.
That's fair. That's fair, because Tony went either way. And Kyle, okay, look, briefly, I'll go into the weeds here. Kyle, I only gave crap to because of his attitude back in the day. Much like Tony had attitude back in the day, much like a lot of guys had back in the day. There's very few people that have not come around and stopped being assholes about it in NASCAR. But again, much like Pete Rose said back in the day, the two most, at least in my experience, much like Pete, fan-friendly folks are the WWE superstars and the good old boys of NASCAR. And there are very few people on either side that have been continual dicks. Now, we've heard about Mercedes, Sasha's attitude, not just to the fans of this convention, but to people that, work with, her on the regular. This has been a common thread. I mean, we're using the Eagles phrase again, Jay. Common thread throughout her last few years in and out of the ring. So, and to also join the devil's advocate side of things, we're getting a few people that are bitching about this cost versus proximity thing, right? And from my experience doing this, as long as I've been doing this, you tend to hear more of the negativity. When people are positive, it doesn't get attention. When people are negative, it gets blown above attention. That's the issue. Which is why I was hesitant to bring this up in the first place, because there's going to be such a skewed, it's going to be a nasty freaking teacher's curve on this.
You're preaching to the choir on that one, brother.
Well, it's what I do.
James, anything you'd like to say about the situation before I go with Noah? Because he looks like he's intent in thought, been taking in every word and syllable that has been uttered. Jay. Like he looks like he's about to drop the most vicious diss track in history, because he's just been studying everything.
Either that or he's asleep.
No, he's not asleep.
Worse than mine?
James?
All right. So, I'm not sure how to feel about it. On one hand, I think I do get where she's coming from, considering she's dealt with creeps in the past doing weird shit. Keep in mind, those photos surfaced too, and I wasn't even. I think before the walkout happened, it wasn't even like a few months ago. We saw weird, creepy fans holding Sasha like close, arm around the hip. Probably the whole idea of Vince's, oh, you can let the fans touch you if they paid or whatever, which has been problem for years now. I mean, every wrestler kind of has dealt with it, especially the females. And I think that's kind of part of her reasoning why she's doing what she's doing, and plus I think also because she has gotten a lot of hate for the walkout. She's just like, okay, well, if I'm gonna get the hate, I'll do this, but I'm gonna just you can stand 6 feet apart from me and deal with it pretty much. If you want a picture with me, that's what you can do. Yeah, so I get it from her perspective. If you're that jaded, and trust me, I get it, fan, wrestler, whatever. I hate to say this, Trinity, but I've tried to defend you, but either piss or get off the fucking pod. Seriously, just go home and take a year or two to just not do wrestling if this is how you're going to be. And it seems like you're going to be this way no matter who's in charge now because you've been so jaded. You're obviously not mentally fit to be in this line of work anymore. And you need time to get to that point. You know, I'm tired. I'm not your freaking lawyer. Nobody here is, even if they're a fan of yours.
God for that.
Go home. Go home and sit on your ass and collect your shit, get better mentally, and then come back. Because this whole, like, look, man, I appreciate what Punk's, saying or whatever about it. Because, again, I do get it. But if this is the key, you need to take the break just like Punk did. He was gone for 7 freaking years. Might not take that long for you. Might only take 2 or 3. But you still need time away. I seriously would rather a Funkadactyls freaking reunion at this point. That's how bad it's gotten now. Even though I am a big fan of Sasha Banks, I'm so tired of this fucking drama to the point where I would just rather have freaking Cameron and Naomi win the tag straps. That's how bad it's gone. I don't care anymore. I just don't care. If you're gonna act like this, you need to go. I understand it. I get it. But time heals all wounds. You have not given yourself time to heal those wounds. Go home. You looked a lot happier when you weren't doing WWE, and now that Triple H is back in charge, you're acting like a prick again. So, time to go. I can't defend this anymore.
Noah, my friend, bring us home.
I mean, what really else is there to say?
All that time, Noah.
I mean, at this point, again, you're your own worst enemy. James pretty much summed it up. At this point, what makes Sasha Banks happy? Is Sasha Banks truly happy where she is now? Is Sasha Banks disappoint herself? Will Sasha Banks, will Mercedes ever feel right within herself? Is the problem with management? Is the problem with her? Is she in denial? The bottom line is this. We are looking at an individual and the actions she is posing in her life, not just from a wrestling standpoint. We're looking right now at a social engagement and how she is handling it. And we have no right to really judge because we didn't pay that money. And for all we know, those people, they were just happy to be in her presence. And maybe those people have been asked, hey, are you all right? How are you? It's one of those things where I look at, does wrestling make an individual or break a spirit? Like I said previous weeks ago, professional wrestling is not a one-dimensional industry. It is as equally mentally as it is physically. If not more, one or the other, you decide. For me, Sasha Banks pretty much is Sasha Banks. But Mercedes is the individual that has to face whatever she chooses in life. And whether or not she seeks help or goes down her own path of destruction, that's not for us to judge, but we can only hope that she does right. I don't know how to really interpret this fan service, this fan engagement, this fan reception, because that's what this event's about, fan reception. And all we're hearing so far is social distancing. Whether or not it's conspiracy theory, whether or not it's her own willing choice. Again, Mercedes is going to choose to do what she wishes to do. Whether or not she acts right on that merit, unfortunately, that's up to the individual. If something's wrong with you, seek help. And as James alluded to, CM Punk says he was not going to get better, stay in the same place that got him sick in the first place.
Yep,
was it professional wrestling that tainted Mercedes' spirit? The answer, I think, is yes, because clearly we have seen it now time and time again. And it still has not been resolved. As far as what she needs to do, that is between herself and whether or not she figures it out. I hope she does, not for the sake of the WWE, not for the sake of the fans, not for the sake of her friends, but for herself. Because at the end of the day, you can be your own worst enemy and ultimately your own destruction.
By the way, on the comment of is it the management or is it the individual, I think both parties are too fucking blatant here right now. Period. End of story. I mean, the fact that we're even at this point is on management. The fact that we're still at this point is on Mercedes.
That's fair.
That's the book beginning end of this, really.
Fair point.
Mental health matters.
Yes, like you always say in your sign off. All right, so that's that topic. We have one topic left. Our main event of the evening, if you will. Is trigger hesitation leading to shots in the foot? Basically, are we waiting too long to pull the trigger on these stories? And these two specifically, I tried to come up with one for each major company. You know, you've got Max with his whole worked shoot promo a la Pipe Bomb that Punk did many, many years ago, which, as we always mention, Jeff and I were there for. You know, so you've got MJF's version of that. And as of yet, nothing has happened. No return, nothing. And then we've got the whole Dominic turning heel, which has been talked about, as far as I know, since at least WrestleMania. Jeff's saying that Dominic should have turned heel at his debut, but, you know, that's neither here nor there. I know that there's been a bubbling for a heel turn for Dom pretty much since the whole Judgment Day angle started.
Yep.
And they have yet to pull the trigger on either of these things. You know, going back to the whole tag tournament thing, if Kenny Omega is not able to go, will we accept anybody other than MJF as the Bucks partner? Like, that'll shock people. I know it won't make a whole lot of sense, but it'll get people talking because he'll finally be back. But why hasn't there been something from Max since this night at the Fabulous Forum? I refuse to call it the Kia Forum. Screw that.
As you should.
You know, I mean, at the end of the day, they could have, at the very least, done an old school, the following announcement has been paid for by Maxwell Jacob Friedman, like the NWO promos, and had something from him to periodically crash the shows to keep him on TV and relevant, and cutting some kind of new scathing promo. Nothing. They could have had him crash some taping, some Dynamite or Rampage, a la when Matt Hardy came back after the whole Edge Lita debacle, to keep people talking. Nothing. Just crickets chirping out in the wilderness. And then again, with the Dominic Mysterio thing, they were on WrestleMania, they were on SummerSlam. Those were the only pay-per-views that the Mysterios have been on. They could have pulled this trigger when they did Ray's 20th anniversary celebration in the Garden. the mecca of sports entertainment. They could have pulled this trigger when they went to San Diego, their home. Nothing. Crickets. We thought that they were going to lead to something this past week on Raw when Dominic stormed out of this. But then we see him thrown over Rhea Ripley's shoulder like a sack of potatoes and just plop down on the entrance ramp bloodied. Noah, I'm going to start with you on this one. Have both companies waited so long that when these triggers are finally pulled, no one is going to give a shit?
It's one of those things that comes down to your preparation for the final execution to reach the destination or the climax of the story. I think for the MJF thing, possibly, although Data Breaker DMD definitely stirred the pot, as well as FTR and Wardlow with the way their tweet spelled out MJF vertically. So there still might be that suspension of disbelief. But how many times have we seen the family heartstrings tugged of a father when it comes to his son in honoring what he started and what he will carry on? Now Rhea Ripley has assaulted Dominic, allegedly. And now we wonder if Dominic is going to be the deciding factor in Judgment Day's next turn. Like when Edge and Rey Mysterio, which I do feel inevitably is going to be a tag match that happens between Finn Balor and Damian Priest. I feel like Dominic is going to be that X factor. We keep talking about, is Judgment Day's leader really Finn Balor or Rhea Ripley? Right now, to me, Rhea Ripley is pulling all the strings and controlling the narrative. So I think Rhea Ripley will be the one that somehow sets this up for Dominic to betray his father, maybe rip the mask off his face, and say that he doesn't want to carry on the Mysterio name. He's going to go his own way. So I do feel like there is still time for WWE to capitalize on this at a premium live event, or even, if truth be told, a rumored WWE draft. But as far as AEW, at this point, MJF is the guy we are waiting, AEW original, to be the AEW World Champion. It's as simple as that. He has all the tools in and out of the ring to carry this company into the next generation. Period. So right now, with the focus being Jon Moxley and CM Punk, who MJF has history with both men, who he's challenged both men. One of them particularly for the AEW Interim World Championship. We're heading to AEW All Out in Chicago. The big angle of last year All Out was Adam Cole, Bryan Danielson came into the company. What's the biggest angle you could have here? What's the thing that could draw the biggest attention? The only way that could capitalize on MJF being completely blank from the wrestling industry as far as we're concerned. I think about what he said in his little promo back at the fabulous forum. He said, Tony, a lot of big execs, will be a shame if something goes wrong. What if MJF invades All Out at the end of the show and ruins the alleged AEW World Championship match where there is no winner? And he reminds Tony Khan, you keep focusing on WWE X talents.
Yep.
Forgot about me because I'm still better than you and you know it. The only way they capitalize on the MJF thing is if they pull the trigger and finally bring someone forward with him at AEW All Out. If they don't do that, it is completely missed as far as I'm concerned. You can't find a bigger venue, a bigger city, a bigger event circumstance than to have MJF come in during that. The Dominic thing, I feel there is still something that can come from it, but it comes down to when you do the tag match and if Rhea Ripley is the one that executes it.
Josh, where do you stand on this?
Okay, so I'm gonna get my thoughts, then I'm gonna give my plug real quick, and then I'm gonna skid out because it's 12:30 and I'm exhausted.
Yes. No worries, man. This is the main event, anyways.
Okay, so y'all are still operating under the impression that the next time we see MJF on a TV screen, that it won't be on a WWE screen.
Yes.
From what I've seen from Sean reporting on Fightful, there's nothing from MJF. It's not a work. It's a shoot. It still is a shoot. There is no update on any progress for MJF on his contract or anything. He is sitting this out until it is up so he can go to WWE.
2024. Good grief.
He is. There's been reports. Yes, it's ringside news, so take it with a grain of salt. Of Tony Khan basically being worse than Vince McMahon backstage in WWE. I know, huge grain of salt. Take it, huge grain of salt, and people wanting out of their contracts, and him not letting them. Again, huge grain of salt, but I don't think we're seeing MJF in this tournament. I don't think we're seeing MJF back on AEW programming, period. He's gone. He's gone. Now, there is no trigger to pull because the trigger is no longer there.
Okay.
Now, the Dom situation, we have to remember this is going from Vince creative to Triple H creative within a few weeks. Triple H is learning the ropes on how to do Judgment Day and Ray and Dom and all this. You've seen Triple H finally starting to pull that trigger that Vince was not. Because you're actually seeing a build-up. Vince would have probably just had Dom just turn out of nowhere randomly for no reason.
Or book him
Like,
one-on-one
losing a
without our
match
main event.
Isn't a reason to turn on Ray. What you've been seeing now and what we will probably see are reasons to build up to that. Like, people say, oh, he should have turned after WrestleMania. For what? Like, give an actual reason. I've always hated oh, we lost a match, time to turn. That's stupid.
That's how tag teams break up.
Yeah, that's stupid. It's
I agree.
stupid.
It's what provoked Marty Jannetty to jump through the barbershop window.
Yeah, there you go.
Again, that's
Damn
my
coward.
thoughts. Is that's a stupid way to break up teams.
You might as well say there's a Marty Jannetty to every tag team in WWE history. Anyway, continue.
But I digress. Out of count.
12.
Buy the shirt.
I really. We will see Dom turn. I think it's coming soonish, but it's gotta be actually built up more in story, and I think that's what Triple H is doing to actually build up to a believable Dom turn.
I think
not
the
just out of willy-nilly, just because we've heard that they're gonna turn Dom.
Well, like I said, turning him in the Garden, turning him in San Diego would have had serious impact. Because San Diego is the Mysterio's home ground and the Garden is the Garden. I see your hand, Jeff.
Okay, I know.
The next major opportunity I can think of is either this Monday or the Monday after. I forget which week. They're going to be in Toronto. So they're going to be in Edge's hometown.
2 weeks. 2 weeks.
And
that would be the next
and Edge is
huge
facing
moment.
Damian Priest that night, one-on-one.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jeff. You had your hand up, and then we're going to throw to Mikey because, like Josh, he needs to get to bed also.
Before I say what I'm going to say about this topic, Josh, you said that they shouldn't turn, that we shouldn't expect them to turn Dom just because we've heard they're going to turn Dom. But at the same time, you also said that you've heard, take with a grain of salt, that Tony is this. You completely negated your entire argument and contradicted it.
I realize that. I'm also extremely tired, so.
Okay, all right. Just pointing out shit to keep you accountable, my brother. All right. God, I'm not even mad about the Mysterio stuff. Like, I honestly, it's very much like the preseason game tonight. Like, I couldn't care any less if I was shoveling the shit out of my own butt. Like, really, it's I'm over it with Dominic. The Max thing pisses me the hell off. It really does, because I was up in the building for it. And I felt that energy as he was saying what he was saying. And even the most jaded of people who used to work with us at NoDQ on the regular that were sitting next to me at the time bought into it. Every last bit of it. Including Punk hobbling his ass out there to try to shut it down.
Mm-hmm.
And then, as was said, crickets. Now, Noah pointed out that there's been social media teases about MJF from different people. Cool. I am trying so hard to not become a jaded fan of anything. I think we need to account for the word jaded at this point tonight, too, by the way.
Seriously, there's only
all
two
over the
people
place.
in this room that can be jaded, but I digress.
Damn! That bus hit me at 100 miles an hour and ran over Mikey on the way. Some bitch. All right. Now.
All right.
Fudge. Anyway. Wow, that was a that was a Greyhound that just ran me over. Son of a bitch.
Flicks bus.
Ruh-roh.
Repeat that again, Renegade.
No. No. He never been nothing.
I've already been future endeavored twice tonight, okay? Let's not make it 3.
JJ has been hired and fired more times than good old JR was by Eric Bischoff and freaking Stone Cold Steve Austin.
That's right.
I've been hired and fired more times than Paul White turned face and heel in 1999.
He used that joke last week. Get something new.
Damn.
Hey, if it works, it works, damn it. But I digress.
13.
Bye, Mr.
Jeff, continue your point.
Trying to find something to Jeff Meacham Network, but there's nothing around. Anyway, we're also on all other channels too. Anyway,
good Lord Almighty.
Where's Colin when we need him with the Jeff Meacham shirt?
Right? Of all people, Colin saved us with the old school shirt. Son of a bitch. I'm trying very hard to not lose my faith and my interest, because I am, and I have been watching the shows. But these two stories have been so poorly executed and just negated and, dropped, off of a cliff that it's like, okay, when are we going to see a resolution? And I don't care if Max shows up at Royal Rumble. I don't care if Max shows up at Revolution. I don't care if Max waits his contract out. But I will say this, if Max waits his contract out, he might as well not even bother. Because if there's this little of anything right now, and we're at a little more than halfway through 2022, by December 31st, 2023, nobody's going to give a fuck about him at that point. Right. Period.
Probably Tony's plan.
Okay, but again, you're putting faith in what you're reading on and again, this is coming from a guy that has worked with somebody that makes a living posting and writing these articles. So I just say what I feel, and I don't think we need to. Again, people put way too much stock in what people, again, credible or not. We don't know anything until it's on television. And this guy above me, and Noah especially, has said the world was better, professional wrestling, damn it, by the shirt wise, before the internet existed. And I only say that, even though I'm sitting here making money off doing this on the internet now, is because we didn't know anything. We got to be surprised. Even when Punk cut the promo in front of JJ, and Mikey was at the hotel, and I, all those years ago, we still didn't know really what the fuck was going on. We did, but the general en masse did not. We don't know what's going on with Max. The only person that's going to knows going on with Max is Max and Tony.
Yep.
We don't know what the creative direction of Dominic Mysterio is going to be, except one person for sure now is Triple H.
Yep.
Because it's been said flat out in a press release from the company, he is in charge of all things creative. So as the extent of our information on either of those topics is what's already out there. So any speculation beyond that is just that, speculation.
Seeing is believing.
Seriously, if Santa Claus himself can be taught the lesson of seeing is believing, believing is seeing, then damn it, we should all fall in line.
Case in point, I don't have notifications.
Wait till that new show comes out in November.
Case in point, I don't have notifications, and I simply watch the product. And as far as up at my night and your discussion goes in the chat, I'm here to hear them when I'm on here and not before.
Josh, you can mess with my Cowboys, even in preseason. Do not fuck with Santa Claus.
Hey, I love that. I love the movies. I love the movies. I love the movies. I'm on your side with that.
Okay.
I hope they bring back the kid who played Charlie.
They're not going to. But that's okay. They're not going to. They're bringing it.
They're bringing back Bernard. So.
Well, they're bringing back Bernard, and they're bringing a different kid to play the kid that was born in 3. But he's going to be the successor, or guess. Anyway,
but I'm going to get going because I am exhausted. And I need to train tomorrow. So quick plug real quick. Follow me on Twitter at CatholicJosh122. You can see me in the comments on a lot of these videos, causing lots of chaos because it is just so much fun.
Stealing people's catchphrases.
You love me anyways. What was that, JJ?
Stealing people's catchphrases.
Hey.
And shouting them.
Hey, you have. Hey.
Yeah, you're yelling.
You
yell
love
for
me
it.
doing it.
No,
So, but you can
I do take a little bit of pride in the fact that you have to jack my shit every
Maybe I
show.
should change his nickname to the
Hey,
Chaotic.
I did a whole thing of combining everyone's shit tonight.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Yeah, that was brilliant, man. Again, you do good stuff for the post of that. Maybe I should change your name to the Chaotic Cleveland Combatant on the NoDQ team leaderboard.
So, check me on my columns every once in a while over on NoDQ, especially for pay-per-view predictions. You can catch me on a very special Football Fantasy League Draft Edition of the Greg Cherry Show, Saturday, August 20th. Greg and I are going to be doing our draft. Our draft starts at 8:30. I don't know when we're going live. That's a Greg question, as I don't think there is a graphic, which again is another Greg question.
Yes.
But other than that, thank you guys. Jeff, I love you, my boss. Despite all the crap and grief I cause you.
Week 1's coming. That's all I have to say.
Oh, I know. Stat Boy, I will see you Tuesday.
Yes.
Looking forward to it.
I'll see you. You just won't see me Tuesday. That's all.
Oh yeah.
Hopefully, freaking Mikey's technology holds out where you won't see me Saturday, Tuesday.
And producer Monkey Dance.
That's right.
James, Noah, and everyone in the comments. Cleveland Combatant out.
God bless you, good sir.
Hey, stealing Mikey's shit.
Exactly.
All right, Stat Boy, we'll turn it over to you because you were so nice to PM me. Let me know that you're tired as fuck too. So go ahead and do your thing, your shill, your plugs.
This is going to be the worst F-bomb count. James hasn't said a one of them tonight. Just for the record, y'all. I'm just saying.
Really? Wow.
Yes. We'll just turn it back to the 4 of us.
Well, as far as the MJF EW thing, I really don't have much on that. He'll say what he wants to say whenever he wants to say. He doesn't have a care in the world. So if he's going to get his release and come to WWE, let's see where that goes. As far as Dominic going, I have the storyline with Edge and the Judgment Day. I think it's going to build to the turn that it like as it should be. I really don't want to see him pull off his father's mask because we all know how sacred a luchador's mask is in lucha libre. You lose your mask, you're done. You're not supposed to wrestle anymore. So in this case, this would make Dominic the top heel. He would shoot to the top of everybody's hit list than anything. So I can understand, they had the shot at Mania. They had the shot in San Diego. They had the shot and all that stuff. Why they didn't pull the trigger? If Vince was still in charge, if that's when those events happened and he didn't want to pull the trigger, then I say that's his mistake again. It's another McMahon botch. If Triple H wants to pull that trigger and say, hey, this is where we're going, and give the fans what he wants, then Triple H knows what he's doing. So, and again, this was a topic that I did not even know about, so I do apologize if it comes off as short and inconclusive, but also like it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning and I have work. So I'm going to say thank you, everybody, for having me on the show. Keep an eye out, and I'm inviting everybody to come into the Casa and Stat Boy Sports Bar featuring Dory Lou Tuesday night, 7 o'clock. We have a big another suspension story to talk about in Major League Baseball with the San Diego Padres. We've got all the Week 1 stats coming up in the preseason, and all the shenanigans that take place in my sports bar. Trust me, if you think what happens on open mic night is entertaining, the sports bar is just as much. Thank you all to all my brothers. I love you all. I'll see you on Tuesday. Yes, Renegade.
You say the show is at 7 o'clock. Is that Eastern or Pacific?
7 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific.
Thank you.
All right. I love you all. Stat Boy out.
Take care, brother.
Mikey, thank you for joining us today. Thank you to Josh. Thank you to Colin, who popped in earlier. King Mike X brings up a decent point in the comments, saying that he doesn't think Dominic has what it takes to be a believable heel. I can buy that a little bit. Dominic is definitely still very green. Definitely could have benefited some time in Noah's NXT.
Damn it.
To get some of the greenness off of him. But
being part
what
of
do you
Judgment
think?
Day, though, would protect him and his character, though.
What do you think about this, Noah?
It's one of those things where, as a standalone, no, I don't think he's ready for that. So what do you do to help develop a character, or at least try to develop a character? You put them in a group or faction that helps shape that. There's a reason why we see a lot of times, people together, even if it seems odd circumstances. It's like I look at AEW and I look at the Jungle Christian Society. Why I feel that Matt Menard and Angelo Parker have definitely grown better from it. I feel a couple have been struggling from it, Daniel Garcia and Anna Jay. But again, not everything works on paper. With Dominic, though, and especially with all the fact that most of his interactions with Judgment Day right now have been related to Rhea Ripley, if Rhea Ripley can help move Dominic's character forward in this direction, it could lead to something down the line. You got to start somewhere.
And what do you think about the whole pulling the trigger? Do you think that both companies have waited a little too long to make us care about these?
I think so, but also with WWE, again, it's a fickle pot more than AEW because, again, we have a change in creative direction. And to talk about how really Open Mic Night is a continued storytelling itself. Jeff, you literally put up a graph a few weeks ago that both of these teams, the Mysterios and the Judgment Day, they were originally on Main Event. It didn't mean jack shit. Now they're actually a point in storytelling on the flagship show of WWE for the longest time, Monday Night Raw. So that's got to count for something. And as far as MJF goes, you still suddenly hear the chants. He still asks the questions at the media scrums that you can watch on YouTube. And there is still that suspension of disbelief in the fans that MJF should be the next AEW World Champion. How long do you carry that out, though, and how do you make the people forget about that is a whole different scenario. They so far been carrying this vein since the Fabulous Forum. Easy for me to freaking say, and I'm not even from California, so apologies, my brothers.
At least you said fabulous still, so you're forgiven. Just don't use the K word. I'll even give you Great Western because it was Great Western Forum for a long time.
Great Western, really?
Yeah, they were the title sponsors from. Oh God, I want to say the mid '80s until they closed originally.
I thought Great Western for some reason sounded a little bit familiar to me. Again, I
want to say it was a bank.
Yeah, they were a major bank in a good part of the country for a lot of years, but they went under much like a lot of banks did.
Unfortunately, especially in this day of inflation, Lord help America.
All right.
But I digress. But yeah, as far as the MJF thing, again, if they don't do anything to try and give some sort of nugget of he's still involved in this company and he's still going to try and make it about himself and stick it up Tony Khan particularly, which the fans in the way kind of do support. Just saying. If they don't do it at Chicago, game over with that narrative as far as I'm concerned. Chicago is literally make or break MJF as potentially the future of AEW. That's the final straw, in my opinion. The Dominic stuff with Rhea Ripley now involved, carrying this forward, still has something that I can capitalize on. And for me, the next part of this narrative comes down to Toronto and that singles match with Edge. Does Mysterio get involved? Does Finn Balor get involved? Does it devolve into, Lord help us, tag team match on the spot, same night? And
Holla, holla.
Well, it's not Teddy Long, who made tag team wrestling mad for the longest time, but I digress. I miss my GM.
I won't do that again either, by the way.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah. Bottom line, MJF, hit it at AEW All Out or game over. Dominic, you got until you got Ray and Edge tagging together. If that match happens and nothing happens during that, I think they pretty much have done everything they can to make me think that Dominic is going to turn against his father. And even if it does happen after that, and the MJF thing happens after AEW All Out, that is the point that I will not care personally.
Yeah.
James, bring us home.
I'll start with the MJF stuff because I'm surprised that people are really. I guess part of it is great because people are suspending their disbelief and thinking that AEW and MJF are at odds, and that he actually is going to WWE and that his contract's lapsing.
Yeah, I find that fascinating.
Yeah, about to say
that's incredible.
What's really a shoot anymore?
Right.
I feel like I'm a party pooper in one way to actually point this out, but I got to because people on social media have anxiety, and I understand that sometimes because I had anxiety when the MJF stuff broke until I saw the program they did later. So here's a bunch of factors why this is not a shoot. It never was a shoot. It was so pre-planned, it's not even funny. Number one, the fact that the promo went as long as it did before the F word even was uttered on that.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly.
Is key number one. That's key number one. All right. You don't go that long and then not have your mic get cut off before the F bomb. He was ragging on Tony Khan. He was ragging on everybody. In AEW, he was ragging on the WWE guys, right? He was saying all this stuff that should have gotten cut off way before if it was a shoot. If it was a shoot, would have gotten cut off at any of those points. Then we'd be.
He would have made the ring if it was a shoot. There's no way. They wouldn't have had a microphone. There's no way.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Come on. Security would have escorted him.
LA Police Department would have.
Yeah. So it was a work just off of that basis, especially in the form where, as Jeff said, they would have had police ready to escort him.
LAPD was already in the building as it was.
Yeah, so it was what it was. No way that was a shoot. And they do have specific rule sets still, even though the athletic commission is not nearly as involved, still technically a thing. If you go off script, you're out. And you could get charged for breach of contract.
LA is definitely one of those towns that still keeps that part of it old school, unfortunately.
So there it is. There. Okay? That is number one. Number two, Discovery Warner merger happened not too long before this event happened. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
They wanted more reality-based television, and AEW gave them this method.
Yeah.
That is not a coincidence. That is done intentionally with the sole purpose of pleasing the new CEOs. That's what that was, and accomplished a multitude of things. That's number two. Number three, if this was a shoot, we would have heard things. Let's
not confuse the two words, James.
We would have seen cryptic tweets. We would have seen all this stuff. The fact is, he's been radio silent. Now, sometimes that does happen, right, with shoots, where people are radio silent. We've seen that in the case of Sasha Banks with the, with the exception of the odd picture here and there, right? We haven't seen anything from Max.
Not a thing.
And everybody's claiming that it's a shoot. Here's the issue with that, because these shoot sites are reporting it. Tony Khan is friends with all of them. He's the only one in this entire game that has allowed them access to the backstage and ask questions after everything is all said and done.
Yep.
Meltzer, Shamar, God knows who else from Ringside News.
Right.
Hell, even Aaron Rift. Everybody is in the pocket of Tony Khan. In that regard. Because if you have a pass, chances are, now I'm not saying Aaron has a pass. He's
Thank you. I was going to say.
But if Aaron did, he would be in the know of this. Just like Sean Ross Sapp's in the know.
If AEW ever does a pay-per-view in Detroit, I guarantee you Aaron Rift's getting a pass backstage.
I guarantee I can guarantee you more that he won't.
Maybe not. Probably not.
There's no maybe about it. He's not going to go. But okay, go ahead. Anyway, guys, go ahead.
But here's the thing. All right? That's the coup there. Everybody thinks this is real because Tony has them in the pot. If this really does turn out to be real, then Tony Khan looks like the biggest mark for letting MJF speak as long as he did. Okay? But I doubt that. I highly doubt that. There was so much that happened that it's impossible for that to happen. Now, the key here is the end game was always going to be Chicago for MJF to come back. There was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It was the only place that made sense. It was legitimately the only place. You couldn't rush that, even with everything going on with Vince. No, you couldn't have rushed that. That's the place that needed to happen. That's the only place you can pull the trigger in. You always talk about it, JJ, long-term storytelling. That's the storytelling. The whole idea of MJF's shoot promo is in stone now. 2 ex-WWE guys are going to fight for the AEW World Championship. Undisputed.
Yep.
It's right there.
I'm telling you.
That's the only place you can do it now, especially with all the keys lined up for MJF.
And the fact they're going to be in the New York area for multiple shows, including Arthur Ashe Stadium.
After that, yes, exactly.
Literally this fall.
Now, keep this in mind as well. That we always knew was probably the end game. That was the rough estimate. There was nothing after that point. Dominic, there was no point to begin with. Dominic, this whole idea that with Vince in charge especially, there was no point. We just started with the Triple H era, and now we're seeing all these things out of nowhere happening with Judgment Day being featured along with Edge and the Mysterios. I don't know what the end point is because there was no point to begin with, and Triple H is probably still figuring out as he's going to go. So I know some people on TV Land listen to the show because clearly that interview with the interviewer with AEW, they listened and they actually put her on. So thank you, I appreciate it. So I'm hoping somebody hears this because this is the route they should go. I don't know if this is the route they will go, but this is the route they should go. Dominic and Edge should have had this whole thing been a ruse and destroy Mysterio by the time the match happens. That is the route they should go. That's the only route that makes sense. Number one, Edge never should have been separated from the freaking Judgment Day. It was his thing. It was his creation. It should stay his creation.
It's my creation.
So
I will destroy my creation.
He should be back in the Judgment Day, just off that fact alone. And by consequence, Dominic should join the Judgment Day along with the rest. And the reason, this whole idea that, Dominic's too green, sometimes people learn on the job. They learn with experience. You're not going to get the guy experience if you just keep, I can't trust that. Let me just not pull the trigger. Let me not just do this.
Right.
This is the best way you can do that.
Exactly.
That's the route they should go. I don't know if that's the route they will go, but both Edge and Dominic should turn on Ray. And quite frankly, Dominic should change his name to Dominic Principe, because that makes more sense in my head.
That's fair.
But that's the route we should go.
Change his name to what?
Principe, which means prince in Spanish.
Ah. Yeah,
Prince
going with the
Mysterio,
Spanish
Rey
narrative.
Mysterio means king. Yeah, there you go.
I like the idea of Edge still being involved behind this ruse just to bring Dominic into the Judgment Day, which he created. Even though, since we've seen this, Finn Balor's one trying to instigate this, and Rhea Ripley's just further instigated this. But again, it goes back to that special disbelief. Who truly runs Judgment Day? Is it Edge? Is it Finn Balor? Is it Rhea Ripley? If it's Finn Balor, then yeah, he's the mastermind behind this that will manipulate Dominic into the Judgment Day. If it's Edge the whole time, well, that's beyond brilliant. If it's actually Rhea Ripley, though, who we've been seeing beating the daylight out of Dominic and his father for the last few weeks, then it just tells me right there that Judgment Day is taking a whole different direction, where Rhea Ripley was probably the one sneaking in from underneath, taking it out from Edge, which is a whole different narrative in itself. And maybe that's how you bring back Beth Phoenix, and you build a Beth Phoenix versus Rhea Ripley program, which would be a whole nice nutter fantasy too, because Beth Phoenix can still go, man. That's all I got to say about that.
I agree.
But again, it comes down to now in Triple H's creative direction. Which way do they go, and when they pull the trigger? They're still trying to do it.
Personally, if you don't want to see Natty and Beth up again, Beth Phoenix and Rhea Ripley would be a hell of a freaking team. I'm cool with that.
Edge and Beth
Just
Phoenix
an idea.
on the Judgment Day. Good grief.
If Edge runs the Judgment Day, I think that should happen anyway, regardless. I don't think you should have Beth fight Rhea until way later anyway. That's like, personally, I think you should let that simmer, as opposed to just blow your load right there. You know,
Edge and Beth
do
Phoenix
the story then.
Edge and Beth Phoenix versus Finn Balor and Rhea Ripley at insert premium live event here down the line.
Yeah, exactly. So those are my thoughts on it. I think people need to. You know what? I would say normally don't get in the tizzy. Keep getting in the tizzy, because that means people believe in the story. I'm glad you believe in the story. But
draws attention.
There's no way. I don't know. It is what it is.
And Ken, to be fair, there is here, JJ. How's this for long-term storytelling? Hangman and Page and MJF were involved in Double or Nothing 2019 before AEW existed, when the title was freaking presented. Don't count that out. But right now, the biggest thing that makes sense, and I feel the last chance, is MJF show up in Chicago for CM Punk versus Jon Moxley during or after.
Well, there's plenty of people for MJF to face even prior to that, and plenty of events on TV and pay-per-view for him to fight. That match you recommended between Hangman and MJF 2, or that actually would be the first one-on-one I think they'll ever have.
It would be the first one-on-one.
That has to happen at Double or Nothing next year. That's the only place that makes sense. MJF champion, Hangman Page challenge.
Book it.
Exactly. Like it's one of those things where we'll wait and see what happens. Because I think a lot of people are just like jumping the gun on it, but I like that people are jumping the gun, because that means the belief is still there that this is a shoot. It's good. That's kind of the intent, you know.
Suspension.
Yeah. I don't think it's that. See, the difference is we knew there was an end game. So whether you know it's a work or whether you think it's a shoot, you're excited either way for the possibilities.
Right.
Nobody knew what the hell this Dominic thing was going, so nobody gave a shit. That's the bookend of that.
Yeah.
I'm going to disagree with Ken 100% here. David was green. I will agree with that. David's character in WCW was entertaining at a time where very few things of WCW were actually going to reignite that spark. Now, where Max was, where the Mysterios and the Judgment Day storyline can be, in my opinion, having been fans of during both eras and watching even the WCW product as bad as it was at this point during both eras, AEW now, I don't think they're the same. I don't think it's a fair comparison is what I'm trying to get across. I'm not saying you're wrong because he was a decent psychotic heel in WCW, but the correlation between 1999 WCW versus WWF and 2022 AEW versus WWE is not the same, despite what us old fogies want to believe. It's not. Like I've said, this is going to be my epitaph. Here lies Jeff Meacham. He was this year's old. WCW was never destined to succeed. Turner wanted no part of that shit. Okay? So it was never going to be anything more than it was. But David was handed a opportunity that was far and above beyond his credentials, and still made himself a decent year of television out of it. Almost 2 years.
I argue the most overgiven Flair was his I Quit match with Terry Funk. The fact that he was just kind of a rebellious kid doing whatever the hell he wanted.
I don't remember him having a match with Terry Funk, but okay, sure.
Yeah, it was a story. Do you remember the Nitro where Scott Steiner shot on Ric Flair?
Yes.
That's the episode it happened on.
That's why I don't remember it.
Yeah, there you go. That was actually the most compelling thing that Vince Russo wrote in the entire time in WCW, period.
Well, I won't. I'm not going down that rabbit hole with you on Vince Russo and WCW, but
I agree.
I remember the Steiner promo. I just don't remember anything else on that episode whatsoever. Right now, boom, off the top of my head at 10:11 at night. So
1989 NWA Clash.
Rick and Terry Funk had an amazing I Quit match in New York. That was incredible.
That was where the whole. It was supposed to be Flair, but Flair was too busy partying.
Being Flair.
Okay, yeah. I vaguely remember the team package thing before the New Blood storyline started. I remember that god awful mess. Okay, anyway, we're getting off into the weeds. God, moderator, bring us back to reality. I beg of you, please.
How many times is that now? I lost count.
Right.
It is what it is.
It is what it is, baby.
It's what happens in the Jeff Meacham multiverse of media.
Yeah. I'm not sure I was doing the Macho Man hands with the Dusty accent, but we'll go with it and see what happens. What was I doing?
But I mean, you're right, James. I do enjoy long-term storytelling, but I feel like they've really missed the boat, especially with the Max thing.
Yeah.
Because there hasn't been more on television to keep us reminded of it. Like I said, even if they had just done the old school, like NWO style crash promos, the following announcement has been paid for by Maxwell Jacob Friedman.
Right.
And make it seem like he bought the TV time to be able to shoot and say whatever it was he wanted to get off his chest.
Yeah.
That at least would have kept the angle moving, as opposed to crickets.
To argue the point, would we not have been including right away then up? Definitely a work.
Exactly.
Suspension of disbelief.
Not necessarily because he's buying the TV time.
But the difference is, Jay, and again, I'm not, if I sound condescending, for the love of God, forgive me. 1996 fans thinking the NWO was actually buying that time, and Kevin Nash being able to convince the people at Turner, you can't put the NWO shirt as part of a set because we're not with you guys. It's different than the wrestling fan, the sports entertainment fan in 2021, 2022.
Especially with how everything's trying to be exposed by social media.
Seriously, social media, the NWO would never worked back then. No way.
It would have been dead in the water.
With this kind of shit. There's no friggin' way.
Dead in the water.
Agreed.
And here's another thing I want to point out. We have not heard a podcast pipe bomb style yet. Keep in mind when Punk Shoot walked out of the company, also radio silent from him until November, Thanksgiving that year.
Yeah.
Is when we finally heard Punk tell all.
And he said exactly what he needed to say and held nothing back.
Yep.
We could still get that with Max. That's the only way you should be able to do something like that. I guarantee if they do one extra thing to add to the story, that's probably the next thing upcoming.
But to play off what you said earlier, though, how do we know who's in whose pocket?
Exactly.
What podcast is going to give him that platform that he'll actually take? I can think of one website that I know Max would probably do something like that with, but it'll never happen because of reasons I legitimately NDA. Order. Anyway. But it rhymes with OPU. Anyway. It could happen, but then we would know. And if we know, then everybody knows because nobody keep their damn mouth shut.
About to say, just show up on 83 Weeks with Eric Bischoff.
Seriously, if you show up at one of Conrad's, although hey, Conrad put off a hell of a work shoot the last month and a half with Jared. Got me hating on Jared's ass.
That might be the best bet. That might be the best bet.
That's the only way people actually think it's legitimate because at least I do. You know, Aaron and Virgil are gonna get my ass for this, but people know that Conrad is not gonna have people pull punches. Like, dude, say what you want.
Yeah, exactly.
That's honestly best. If we're gonna do this, then you just brought up the best Eureka thing because that should be the podcast. Yep. No other podcast. It literally should be 83 Weeks. It's the only thing that makes sense.
Especially because, James, you've seen the tension between Eric Bischoff's comments and Tony Khan's reaction.
It makes sense, right? And we already heard with his comments on Booker T by Tony Khan that he is not afraid of people criticizing AEW. They've more than earned their right.
Right.
Bischoff falls in that category.
And what journalist does Bischoff despise more than any of them?
Yeah.
Dave Meltzer.
Dave Meltzer.
Exactly. So why not do it that way? Just bring MJF in to 83 Weeks. Bischoff and him shit on AEW on the entire podcast. Comrade's hearing everything, right? And they both come in together at All Out. That would be a big shock.
Conrad and Eric, paypal.me/Jeff Meacham. There you go.
Do it during the Go Home week where they also do the AEW Unrestricted preview podcast with Tony Khan.
Seriously. Yeah. Boom.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Because it makes sense too because Vince did that podcast. This was asked by Stone Cold. That makes sense.
We are booking AEW TV for them, and we're not going to get a single bit of fucking credit for it, and it licks the donkey dick. Anyway, that's terrible.
I don't even care if you do it this way. It would be great.
Yeah.
Sorry,
and I don't even want to say the thought that's crossed my mind about the Dominic thing because
but now you
I have a feeling Jeff will future endeavor me again tonight.
Oh, let's do it. Fudge it. We're all sober.
Do it. Peer pressure. Do it.
Once Dominic turns heel and it denounced the fact that he doesn't want to be using the Mysterio name anymore, I want to use the name of my father, Dominic Guerrero.
Oh, no!
That dude.
He's already got the mullet.
Yes.
He came out rocking the Eddie outfit from the freaking ECW and the AAA shows, Los Gringos Locos. Man, like if he started calling himself Dominic Guerrero, I mean, hell, they made an action figure, a Build-A-Figure based off of that storyline.
Yeah, same.
That's my poppy. Orderly. He's dead.
So we at the network would like to wish JJ all his best in his new promotion in the company because that's fucking brilliant. Anyway,
Rhea, when she crashed the Mysterio celebration, had the Eddie shirt on.
Yes,
that's tremendous.
And then the first time they finally book Rey Mysterio versus Dominic Mysterio, Dominic comes out in a lowrider.
Yeah.
And hell,
Can you
If
feel
Lowrider
the
decked
heat?
out in Judgment Day look, that would be sweet. A
Oh, that
purple and
picture
black
would be
Lowrider.
wicked. Yes.
now you know what? I even do this. I even had the lowrider be driven out, and then the music stops, and what JJ just said, the can you feel the heat, the freaking heel, that little cell phone thing, and he just saunters to the ring like.
Lane. No, it's got to be Gangsta Lane that plays in the arena, man.
There you go.
Hey, Triple H, are you watching?
Okay, so we've booked both these angles now.
Yeah.
PayPal.me/Jeff Meacham and PayPal.me. What the hell's your PayPal, JJ?
You can just send it to Jeff. Jeff can forward it to me.
He'll split it 4 ways even.
Send your money to me.
Friends and family. Friends and family. We don't want to get sucked in with the fees.
If you guys get right with you, can we get some of the proceeds?
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
Cool.
Absolutely.
We're
Yes.
going to the top, boys.
So if Triple H and Tony Khan pay me, you get the money, guys. I promise. Okay. Anyway.
Oh my God. We just booked AEW and WWE television for the next month at least.
There you go.
Easy. So that is the topics that we had for the evening. Before we give our shout out, is there anything that anybody would like to add? Any thoughts on any of these topics that maybe came to you once we moved on that you want to get off your chest before we move to the shout out?
With the championship, again, people brought up the big gold. I forgot I was wearing the big gold shirts, and that's how freaking exhausted I am right now.
And it's only 10:20 for us.
Right? Well, I've also had a hell of a week.
There you go.
Just now, fully physically, not looking like a goddamn horror victim. Anyway, I honestly don't, and I think this makes it look like I'm flip-flopping, but I honestly don't know what I want out of this. Like, do I want Drew to be the champion, like get both belts? Do I want what Colin said and have A-Town, go to town and, just bring one belt to one show and the other belt stay with SmackDown? I don't know what I want. Do I want Noah to keep doing that dance and just I'll just keep talking until he does the dance and drives himself into a spasm? That works too. It's all good.
Well, you mentioned the theory thing, and I've been reading a couple of different people in the wrestling groups, wondering if Dexter Lumis could be the beginning of an extended angle. In putting the way together on Raw. We had Dexter Lumis this week. The following week, have it be Indy Hartwell. And then in a couple weeks, have Gargano and Candice.
Yep.
Leading into the big cash-in, and all of them making sure that Theory is successful in his cash-in.
They made a big point out of Indy getting her very first action figure this week.
Hey, Fury, who is your daddy?
That's it. I mean,
now we've booked another angle for WWE. You're welcome, Hunter.
Seriously, Hunter.
Before Vince, Johnny Gargano.
But I mean, I've seen people discuss this. Is this the possibility of another long-term storytelling angle?
That was completely broken up by the Vince regime, which, by the way, I happened to, before we came on, I was going over the NoDQ post, and the Vince regime soured on Gunter. What was it, sauerkraut? Like, how do you sour on that dude? How do you sour on Walter?
Especially how he got himself in fucking shape for you.
How much you want back? He still thought he was overweight.
Seriously, we were watching SmackDown last night here at the house. Dad and I were watching it. Let me be honest. Dad was watching SmackDown up until the main event started. Then I made sure I watching our Continental title match. But yeah, I was telling Dad about, I forget what show it was. JJ, you weren't at this one for once with me, where Walter came into PWG and was still big, big overweight Walter. Okay, so this is. Did you ever go to the shows in Reseda at Legion Hall?
I went to like one or two in Reseda, but that was like way too fucking far for me.
Okay, well, all right. Try to picture it.
There's one more for your count.
I know. I'll type it in a second. Just picture, if you will, I'm at the back of the bar talking to whatever the guy's name was that used to run the place. I'm not even watching the action because I'm just talking. All I have to do is hear this. my chest caved in. I'm telling Dad this, and then of course right away we see him, lay Shinsuke to rest, and Dad's like, "God damn it, I done told you." How do you sour on a guy that we brought him up earlier? Harkens back to Hackenschmidt, the original World's Heavyweight Champion, but is in 2022 wrecking Muckerfuthers. How do you sour on that guy?
He's a throwback. How do you sour on a throwback when you want to be stuck in the age of... I'm not even going to go there.
Seriously, the only way you should sour on a throwback is if you have old milk in your fridge. Like, seriously.
Exactly.
Damn.
Because you're
it's
so
frustrating.
caught up in the era of sports entertainment that you don't recognize the true professional wrestlers. When
Yeah, fair enough. But the Russian Lion, for all accounts, as much of a grappler and as the guy from the Wrestling Museum said, is very boring as hell. But people were still enthralled by him because he was so big and he was so strong and he could, like I said, wreck Muckerfuthers. Gunter's got that, and he's got the sports entertainment personality.
And you know what the best part is, too? Hopefully this means a call up for Mr. Ilya Dragunov now, because even though he never lost the belt, I would love to see him and Ilya run it back one more time.
Yes, but I liked where they were going with him on UK. So at least bring him back to UK first and get whatever needs to get done there, and then has your shit, and then go to SmackDown and hook back up with Gunther. I'm okay with that too.
Exactly.
Or you could pair Ilya Dragunov and bring back Jamie Nitro and have a full-on Imperium sports stable.
I think that ship sailed as far as Imperium goes, James. Unfortunately, it's never going to be the same.
I only say that because Eichner's now doing whatever the hell he's doing in NXT 2.0. That
Giovanni Vinci,
and then you've got Wolf, who's not. I don't think he's even wrestling anywhere, is he?
Just kill. No, it's fine. Just kill the Giovanni gimmick with fire. Fine. Right.
Again, expecting all the change at once is not necessarily warranted, but again, we can all hope.
Exactly. So. And any change is good to see.
Oh, okay. And since we're talking about Gunter and JJ, I said if I had anything else to bring up, I had a late party come into the conversation who hasn't watched out there with us in a while. A member of the family said he can't stand the IC title belt as it looks right now, and talking about the old classic design. I was like, look, brother, nothing's going to beat that 85 through 98 and the Cody Rhodes Resurrection era championship intercontinental belt. That's the best.
Agree.
This has grown on me, though. Much like the U.S. title is much better now than that thing they brought in between 2003 and 2005. Or 2004, rather.
It looked like a sticker on a center plate.
It looked like a toy. They went, that might work on TV for real. Both belts, honestly, I think the belt now, the U.S. title belt, is a pretty decent homage to the Barry Windham Lex Luger era U.S. belt that was just a big hunk of gold that looked like it had stuff carved into it. I think it looks great. And the Intercontinental, it's a little bit much like they try too hard to make an MMA belt, but it's much better for my money than the oval one, the purple one especially.
Yeah, I'll agree with both of those standpoints. You know how I feel about championships and their presentation when I think about how realistic the title is on the competitor and how they raise its identity, how both the champion and the championship complement each other. And currently right now, both the titles and the people holding them, I can respect, I can believe,
seriously,
I can appreciate, and I
can talked about that.
Stand to see.
We talked about that, Noah. IC versus US should be the only Raw versus SmackDown match in Survivor Series, especially if the champions say where they are right now.
Bobby Lashley, Walter, that's the only top title match I need to see at Survivor Series. Dedicate the rest to Roman Reigns defending the 2000s if you don't figure out a way for Paul Heyman to do a loophole where you only got the WWE Championship. Roman Reigns is still the Universal Championship. Because that's the only way at this point you're going to get both those titles, or at least one title off the Tribal Chief, if they don't pull the trigger with Drew McIntyre at Clash of Castle.
And I will tell you this, that match between Gunter and Lashley needs to be sponsored by Neosporin and frickin' Cramp Cream from the Full Nelson.
Yeah, no doubt.
Because goddamn, they're going to kill each other.
I want to see the height discrepancy with those two.
Did you see Nakamura's chest last night? I mean, Walter didn't hit him all that much.
No.
Didn't need to.
God. Oh, my Lord.
JJ knows firsthand about them birthday chops, so he knows how that feels.
But he's never been chopped by Walter.
Didn't need to. He had some Muckerfuthers that would have even made Walter go, God damn. So
I had two guys that are known for chopping people, and when you flinch before they hit you, they give you 2 more for flinching.
the
And I
Cuzzies.
didn't flinch.
Nope, he didn't.
You're a brave man. Kojima,
braver than me.
Hitoshi Kojima machine gun chops. No, thank you.
No.
But to be fair, again, and I've said this a couple times when telling the story on the air, everybody was really cool with me because they knew that I wasn't in the business. I had never trained. So if I said, give me a second, I needed to catch my breath, they gave me a second.
Right.
So I was able to prep myself so I didn't flinch.
Right. Yeah. Whereas me, birthdays, I never did the chops, and I never actually did the whole Rocky Horror initiation when you go for the first time. Never went through that. So major over here, and I'm okay to admit that on the air.
Just a chop to the left peck.
But I just got to say, you kind of buried that Oval IC title. That was my IC title.
I understand that.
I always loved that belt.
I only like that particular belt, at least the blackstrap version, because of one of the prominent holders of it for so long, for so many times. So, and Chris Jericho.
We have no idea who you're talking about.
No idea, dude.
The same guy who's in photos that were stolen from you.
Yeah. I'm so glad you brought that up. Okay. You made a comment. I put a comment underneath, and I even sent a message. So I forget the name of the website, or the page, so forgive me. Spanish table, whatever.
Give me 1 second. I will look it up real quick.
But as you do that, y'all out there in TV and internet land,
Spanish Announce Table Wrestling on Facebook.
Thank you. If you wish to use a picture that they took a while, but they're finally here. They took a while, but they're finally here.
Bot.
All right. Bot. Yeah, there we go. There's bot. That's it. One. If y'all want to use my pictures, cool. I love that picture of Rob and I with Dylan. That's a great picture. It was a great day. Don't crop it enough where you don't have to give me credit. Don't be a dick. And if you are, still giving the credit anyway. Or hell, give Aaron the credit. I think he took the damn picture.
So there you go. Oh yeah, that's right. Randy Orton and Jeff Hardy actually held that title too.
Feel free to use my shit. Just give me or the photographer credit for it. Don't be an asshole about it.
Yeah.
Don't be an asshole in general. Sure.
And if you're gonna be an asshole about it, at least message me on Facebook and say, no, I'm gonna still be an asshole about it, because now I'm calling you out on the air. And the name of it was again, Jay?
Spanish Announce Table Wrestling.
On Facebook, y'all suck. Sorry, Rob. I know you shared the post because it was about you commenting about everybody's favorite former head of talent relations and the boss, which, that's you and Johnny, your friends. Cool. I'm not going to begrudge you that shit. But, yeah, they stole the picture of you and I with the boy, and I'm not happy about it. So, all right.
At least that ship has finally sailed. Arrivederci.
Seriously, I still want to find out when the celebration is. I will be on the lead float, waving the baton. Actually, no, I'll be waving a skateboard just because I can.
There you go.
Are you going to be coordinated? Is the skateboard going to break up via impact of the wind?
No, no, because it'll be no, because you know what? It'll be a dynamic skateboard.
So
I saw that
even
coffin
be
match.
more broken by the wind.
Courtesy of Darby Allin.
Yeah. First of all, who the hell makes a coffin match the curtain jerk match?
I agree. I'm for that, yes.
But Cora Jade and NXT, take notes. That's how you use a skateboard in a match and not have it Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah,
exactly.
Even though he was a horseman, and Jeff admits it, the fact that the guitar basically shatters before it impacts, that was Cora's skateboard.
Jeff Jarrett swung 100 guitars, never drew a dime, except that he did, and he swung more than 100, and he drew more than your ass. May you rest in peace, Mike Graham, you piece of shit. Anyway,
Cora Jade was lucky she had enough to bus fare back home.
Well, yeah, she couldn't take her skateboard with her.
No, she couldn't.
Son of a... God, why would...
Speaking of Cora Jade,
I'm too pretty to be doing this shit. What the hell?
Tuesday.
Yeah, yes, he
Should be a good show.
Like a heat wave.
We got Ron
Jeff
Breaker
singing
and JD McDonough for the title.
Another name change that Noah and James love so much.
Yes, I'm sure.
Jordan
You got
Devlin, damn
Mandy
it.
Rose versus Zoe Stark for the women's title. You got Carmelo Hayes versus Giovanni Vinci for the North American title.
Jay is disappointed that Hayes loses and finally gets the call up. What do you think?
I don't know. Like, I thought that they had that moment a couple times with him, and they keep the belt on him. So,
right?
We'll have to see. The same thing could be said for Mandy Rose.
North American Championship is the flip-flop title of not my NXT, and even was in my NXT.
I mean, Toxic Attraction already lost the tag straps. If Mandy can lose the women's title to Zoe, which granted, I don't care for Zoe. She hasn't done anything to impress me. But if she can take the title off Mandy, there's nothing to stop them from moving to Friday nights.
And that builds into Friday with Zoe's match being on SmackDown. So I do it.
And then aside from that, you've got Santos Escobar versus Tony D'Angelo in a street fight. If Escobar wins, the Phantasma is free from the D'Angelo family. And if D'Angelo wins, Escobar is banned from not Noah's NXT.
Okay, so here's my question then. If Santos loses, does Santos go up without Joaquin, and his name isn't Joaquin in NXT, so forgive me, but DJZ and the other guy, or do they all go up? Because thank you, Raul Mendoza, thank you. Sorry, Raul, I apologize, but you always be DJ Zima on to me, brother. Not my.
I only discovered that's who that was.
Isn't that awful?
Like, I just recently discovered that's who that was.
It took me a minute too. I'm like, I know this dude. Why do I know this dude? I didn't even look because I wanted to try to figure it out. I'm like, okay, I can't figure it out.
This is what happens when you go
through
that NXT. Damn it.
Right? So, because Tony said to Santos, they're doing fine without you. They still, so will we see a dynamic of Raw and what's the other dude's name?
I don't know. It doesn't say on the card here.
But, Raul and the other guy, it's like, okay, do they turn on Santos and stay with the family?
Be interesting to see.
I think they see what Andrade and Rush are trying to do is like, you want help? They're going to try to do it. They want to.
You're comparing those two and Dragon Lee to those NXT people?
Yeah, that's
hell.
I would enjoy it.
Seeing how Noah gets so passionate about these things is just hilarious to me.
Well, Noah's focused on the fact that we got 2 days of NWA 74 coming, which wrestling as it should be, damn it. So
I like Legado del Fantasma, actually. And plus,
I do too.
I did too. They were great in my NXT. You kidding me? I don't want to be rip off freaking Soprano Godfather Steve rated family.
That's why I'm saying bring them in to AEW and they can.
Tony D'Angelo is no Don. Tony D'Angelo is a rip-off soprano that makes QT Marshall look more Italian.
Damn.
Where's no Guido when we need him?
That's it. Noah, when's your birthday?
February 10th.
Okay, so I got time. Cool. I'm going to make you a blazer for WrestleMania. I am calling, not my NXT. As you and JJ do commentary for it.
And then last but not least, we've got Roxy versus Cora Jade.
This one I'm actually intrigued by because I want to see where this goes because Noah and I and James all loved Roxy in Ring of Honor. Do I think she should have remained with Ring of Honor? It really depends how this week and beyond goes. If she either wins this match decisively or has a really good showing and then gets sent toward the NXT Women's Championship picture, then she made the right move. If she gets lost in the 2.0 shuffle, I'm pissed as a Roxy fan that Roxanne is not going any farther.
And Jeff, I will drink with you on that if that happens. God help my blood pressure with the rant that could come if they fuck up Roxanne Perez.
Yep.
That's another one.
I'd just like to say for the record that we've had the highest count of F-bombs tonight on this show that we've had, and not one of them was from this guy to my left here. Not one. Right. Not a one tonight.
You know why?
I did have a couple.
You did?
You had a couple for fun,
okay.
But let's face it, Vince, not in WWE, has brought a whole different James Hebert.
For real though.
I'm not really. I'm not. There's nothing to be pissed about, really.
Exactly.
It really is. I'm
He
having a
has
good
lost.
time.
He has lost his fucking fire when it comes to talking shit about the WWE.
There's
All right,
nothing
so
shit to talk about.
so-
I mean, they
so-
got creative decisions on where they are.
Except for not our NXT.
So,
Damn
so
it.
to review, since we were last on the air together, the four of us, I've conceded that Jarrett was a horseman, and James has said on the air there's nothing to shit about in WWE. That Vince is gone.
So
I
far,
mean, there is a
give
few,
it time.
but it's,
The end
also-
is here. The game is actually, the game just started because he took over the company.
I was gonna say, now it's time to play the game. When does Armageddon come back?
Time to play the game.
But in any event,
Lord, I apologize for that.
as I said, we've got Heatwave on Tuesday, which looks like it's going to be a good episode of NXT.
Yes.
Not Noah's NXT, but
Yes.
my NXT.
Damn it.
But you digress.
I do digress.
I have no idea what the count is on that one. I got no friggin' clue of that. I had no idea.
I know Scatboy left. He was the one doing the count on that.
Yeah.
So before we get out of here, as we do, it's time to run around and do the plugs.
Do you want to do the shout out first? Or you want to do the plugs first?
Oh yes, let's do the
Okay,
shout out.
because I have
two shout outs.
well-
You have an extra one?
I added one, and the one you're talking about that's for me, I took away at the shout out subject request, but I did put one in instead.
I was gonna say we didn't have to throw up a picture of him, but we can still shout him out.
Well, he's in the picture I used instead of his shout out, so we can go ahead and say it anyway. But go ahead and do your thing first.
Okay. So quick shout out to the newly married couple.
Yay!
Whether you like them or you don't on television is irrelevant. They tied the knot about a week ago, and they look to be very happy.
All
So
the best to them.
congratulations to them from
As
the
is-
Jeff Meacham multiverse of media.
As is Nikki Cross in the background. She looks more happy than either of them.
Right?
Yeah, that's to be fair, that's probably the most happy Nikki Cross has been for a long time.
Accurate. This
Okay.
is accurate.
Before the shout out that JJ does know about, I do want to. I was going to say this on the Greg Cherry show, but the Greg Cherry show end of show always gets sideways for me because I never get my shit in, pal. The Oilers organization actually lost a dear fan, the number one fan, Ben Stelter last week. He's one of those kids that just grew up having a hard time, and he didn't make it. So. And this is him with Connor McDavid, who of course is the Oilers, top guy right now. So Ben, rest in power, buddy. Play La Bamba, baby. There you go. I just wanted to get that out there before I get too wishy-washy there. As far as the shout out we had planned for the dude in the next room, he did start high school this week, so I want to give a shout out to my boy Dylan. He's a freshman in high school, which officially means I hate that this logo is green because it feeds through the damn thing. It pisses me off. But he's wearing that green and gold.
I wanted to mention that to you. I don't know if you knew this, but very, very prominent throughout a good 80% of Nope. Keke Palmer is wearing a Canyon Cowboys jersey.
No shit.
Yeah. They filmed the movie in Agua Dulce, which is right there on the border of
Right there
Santa
by us.
Clarita.
Yeah. That's
So she is
hysterical.
wearing a Canyon Cowboys the entire time. Like, I had to look it up to make sure, because I saw the C, I saw Canyon, I saw Cowboys. I'm like, okay, where's Agua Dulce? First of all, found out
It
it's
is
right there.
It's
It's like
the next exit up, man.
so that has to be Jeff's school. So yeah,
Seriously.
If no other reason for you to go see that movie now, just to see her character, which is one of the main leads,
Okay, good to
rocking
know.
that jersey for like a good, like I said, 70-80% of the movie.
Yeah, you literally get on the freeway here by the house. The next exit to 14 is the one at Agua Dulce. It's
That
pretty
doesn't
much
surprise me.
It's
That
pretty
doesn't
much
surprise
where Vasquez Rocks area is, for lack of a better, closer landmark. But anyway, yeah, he started high school, but he's in the picture I am going to use because it's somebody's birthday today that is near and dear, at least to JJ and I. No one, James, not going to know who the hell she is because they've never been to a Kings game or never been anywhere near a hockey game, but our buddy RC has another birthday today. So happy birthday, RC. I actually spoke to her earlier on text, and we miss you, girl. And just show how long we've seen her. This is the last pictures either of us have with her. So this is at least 8 or 9 years old, these pictures. So she's been out of LA for a minute, but we love you, girl. We miss you. We hope you had a great day. It's actually already tomorrow where you are. So we hope you had a wonderful rest of your birthday. So, all right. James is plugged here. Oh, yes,
James,
plug.
go for it.
Well, James, you want to go or Noah? Actually, Noah. By the way, Noah, you mentioned about the podcast stuff you watch. It's because you're on all of them. That's what takes you long to watch them, because you're on half the damn ones you do anyway.
For real.
I don't actually watch back my stuff because I'm not one to A, look back at my own conversation, and B, if there's nothing I really need to take away from it as far as predictions go, then why watch it? I've already done the thing live. I had my fun time.
Ask JJ.
I enjoy rewatching my stuff because, one, it helps my viewership hours go up, which I'm at like 1850 and I need to get to 4,000 to get monetized.
Right.
So that helps. But then I like to go back and like relive some of the stuff that Jeff and I have done on Dads. You know, some of our top 10s and whatever are just kind of cool to go back, and I like to see how it came off on camera after filming it live, you know. Jeff hates it. Jeff hates watching them with me because he comes off like such an arrogant prick half the time, and he hates to have to see himself be a royal dick.
I just never like watching myself, period. Even when I was being a nice guy, I just don't like watching myself. I never have. It's been like, I can't watch my Rocky Horror stuff back. I'm like, no.
Every time me and him have watched something the last couple times we've been around each other, he's like, man, I come off as such a dick. How do you even deal with me? Right. Like, I've been dealing with you for years, Meacham.
Can you imagine doing a best of for open mic night? Good Lord.
Oh, my God.
Don't give ideas. We will come up with something come his anniversary in January.
That would be if somebody wants a super chat, I will do it. Other than that, no.
That's
Mikey talking about his problems on the first episode's got to be up there. That was so hilarious.
Along with my comment from tonight about only 2 people allowed to be jaded.
Oh, man.
But anyway,
that pain in my ass is still hurting from that bus hitting both of us. Good Lord.
I got one at the end of this. Part of my plug because there's a story.
All right, brother, go for it.
All right, so right now on Wrestling Fortune 44 Incorporated, Owen Finch's channel, there is a retro review rounding out our 3-part series of every SummerSlam over the last 30 years. Prior to SummerSlam 2022. So we did 1992, 2002, and 2012. JJ Williams was on this episode, so go check that out. Casa D18 Studios in full force on Wrestling Fortune 44 Incorporated. Everything else, that's pretty much the only recent thing I have to plug, at least for right now. More should be announced probably this weekend. If
I see the microphone. We're live, pal.
We are live right now, but this is my channel. This is where you can find me. It's youtube.com. I don't know why it doesn't say here, but it's youtube.com/user/JHEBERTSIDE95. The main hub of For the Win Productions. All of our content, all of our channels, including Noah Foster, and all of our friends are in the description now.
Yay!
So
hey, that's me.
And along with Owen Finch's review, here's what I like to call story time. Because Owen, the man who runs Wrestling Fortune 44, has a story that he told me while we were on the air that I thought was so hilarious that I needed to read it on the air. Asked his permission, he said go for it.
Oh, Lord.
This is his first experience with a strip club.
Oh, my God.
Owen Finch is a strip club, so here it is.
Take a wow.
Experience my first strip club. Never again. It was bad. It was the first thing he wrote. I replied, Jesus. So let me guess. Spent no money and everyone looked I assume. He said, "You nailed it," and they were all bitches. Yeah, so they weren't.
That's nice, a bummer, man. That's a bummer.
Yeah. And he said, yeah, that's strip clubs sometimes. Also, it's not like you'd ever envision or see in movies. And he said, yeah, everyone hypes them up, but that was not the case, he said. I said, They are apparently very few strip clubs that have a great customer service rep, LOL. And he said, well, I'm not going to them. I need like 8 years to recover after that. And I said,
Damn.
so you're CM punking it with strip clubs. And he said, sure.
Jesus.
That's the whole conversation.
Yeah. I've not been inside a strip club. God, it's been... Shit. No, it was after that. No, it was. It was Lee and Jamie's bachelor party. Joint bachelorette party. So that was 14 years ago. Jesus.
Was it good? Was it not that great? The story.
Hey, it was a joint bachelorette party with nothing but female strippers. You tell me how good it was. Anyway,
true.
Never have. Never will be.
Says the guy who said he wouldn't drink on the air, and he poured himself a shot anyway. So.
Of Mountain Dew. Again, my sister bought this from Florida.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
All right.
Sorry, I had to read that on the air.
So, are there any Impact or anything specials, Noah, this week that you're going to be on the air covering? How was Emergence last night?
Emergence was wonderful. Alex Shelley was definitely worth the wait for his first ever Impact World Championship match, and whether or not he has another one. He definitely left a lasting impression with the main event showdown he had with Josh Alexander. Good. And I'm seriously looking forward to Masha Slamovic's, spoiler alert, for me, I think, smashing Jordan Grace as she has now marked her and looks to get the Knockouts Championship. I'm very happy that Vex, Deanna Prazo, and Chelsea Green won the Knockouts Tag Team Championship. Speedball Mike Billy is incredible.
That is a machine.
Yes, still the X Division champion. And at this point, I'm just waiting to see what Killer Kelly does next in the Knockouts division. So damn happy to see her back in the wrestling industry.
Yeah, I'm very happy for Deanna and Chelsea. I think Chelsea being the champion in NXT is NXT. Wow, there it is. Botch number 2. Yeah, that is long overdue for Chelsea to be an Impact champion. Like, for real. That's obscene that she hasn't been champion before. Deanna not being the singles champion.
Believe it or not, she was a Knockouts champion before during her Laura Benet phase.
When did Laurel become champion? I understand you're saying the time period. Who did she beat and who did she lose it to?
I believe it was Allie.
Yay, Allie. Yeah, that's right. Allie beat Laura Van Ness for the Knockouts Championship. And as far as who Laura beat for that title, was it Rosemary? That was a different era of Impact Wrestling.
I think it was Rosemary.
God, I must have completely checked the hell out of that company. I don't remember that at all.
No, she was former Knockouts
early
champion.
Anthem era, 6-sided ring, Josh Matthews on commentary with Jeremy Borash.
That explains every reason why I checked out of the company. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say that explains everything.
Josh Matthews, Borash on commentary, 6-sided ring, which I was never a fan of. I'm sorry, and Anthem era. Yeah, that checks the boxes.
It was rough.
But if the six-sided ring, if the 6-sided ring wasn't there, then there could be no 6 sides of steel. There could be no Elix Skipper walking it to do that horrendous Hurricane Rana.
He could have walked the 4-sided cage just as easily and been just as crazy and got just as drunk and had Petey Williams do that. He had just as easily.
Don West selling it, though, is what really brought the moment together. If it wasn't for Don West, I think that moment would literally have been a fading memory.
He couldn't help but sell it. When freaking SoCal Val draws blood on my arm from gripping out of fear for her friend's life, you can't not sell that shit.
There you go. So, yeah, very
crazy
looking forward to seeing
microfooter.
who's next to challenge for the X Division Championship. I'm super curious what Vex does now with the Knockouts Championships. Do it beyond Impact Wrestling. That's all I got to say.
Dude,
and
how about the Vex, and then if they regain an NW74, the Vex versus the Hex?
You literally read my mind, Jeff. I was thinking about that. And Chelsea Green's already been, and Chelsea and Deanna have both already been involved in NWA. It makes perfect sense.
Again, synergy and long-term storytelling, which we love on this channel.
So now we've booked for Impact also. You can send your payments to Jeff.
Send your money to me, Jeff Meacham.
Not tomorrow. Book it. Work with the NWA Women's Division. It's the best thing the NWA has going.
Dude, I would sell. Well, actually, they're not really useful, so I wouldn't sell my left nut for an chance for an NW74 because I don't even know if they're worth anything anymore. But I would definitely love to work for the Billy Corgan NWA just because it's not an NWA I could necessarily want to wring somebody's neck around working, which would be a welcome experience.
Exactly.
Anyway, All right. So, no, are anything going on? I mean, of course, everybody here is going to be on NoDQ Review 200 at some point during the course of the 2 hours I'm sure we're going to be on, at least.
Yeah, I'm going to do everything in my power.
You're including me in that? Nah, no way.
Dude, let me work on Davy Boy here for the next few days.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
And we're live. I did it on the air. I don't care. Fire me. I'm already fired. Woo!
Whoa!
Fire me! I'm already fired.
Yeah.
Also was a horseman. Anyway. But you know. Anyway.
Fred.com said the same thing. Real people don't quit, they get fired. Don Callis.
Don Callis would know all about that.
Oh, yeah. He's gotten fired more times than freaking Owen's been at strip clubs. I don't know.
All right.
Oh, wait, no, that's the opposite way. Never mind.
Oh, God.
Botch!
The big botch.
The big botch, yeah.
Jesus.
Okay. All right. JJ, you want to plug next? You want me to plug next?
You go ahead and plug, and then I'll do it, and then we'll have Noah bring us home. Because he's got the great go-home quote.
As he do. All right. So the next time you're going to see little old me on the screen is Monday, of course, Ask the Dads. It's our second of 3 Ask the Dads this month because we're alternating. By the way, JJ, the way the calendar worked out, we're going to have a back-to-back of all Ask the Dads here sometime before I think in either October or December. I'll have to go back and look again. Anyway, that's Monday. Tuesday, of course, the flagship, baby, if you will. And you can't see the logos because the microphone's in the way because I botched that shizit. Anyway, that's Talk Wrestling, of course. Greg Cherry Show on Wednesdays. As we do, I'll be simulcasting NoDQ Review 200 as we all should, damn it. Because we're all going to be up in that shit. Thursday night, however, is going to be fun. I just realized I can really screw this up. Because I'm going to be here, and I'm getting paid to be here. Oh, crap. I just thought about that. Okay. I need to talk to Aaron tomorrow. But anyway, Paradise Kitty will be
live
at
from
the
location.
I'm going to have to. I don't have a choice. Because I'm getting paid to be here. The girls are back in town. They're going to be at the Commerce Casino as part of 95.5 KLOS's summer concert series. If you're an LA person, you know about KLOS. You know about their summer concert series and how awesome it is. They are the only act that night. They're getting radio advertisements on KLOS for this. It's going to be a hell of a night. I'm going to enjoy myself thoroughly. And then right? I'm so happy for my girls. I can't even process. And they're only going to be here for that night, and they're going back out on the road again. So definitely going to see them when I can. And then we'll be back here next week for Open Mic Night. That's it, really, it for me. That's pretty much what I got going on until Labor Day weekend, and we get the double Supercard weekend. So,
oh boy,
that's what I got.
And then NWA 74 before that. Let's not count that out.
This is true. I forgot about that. Okay, so back-to-back weekends of back-to-back nights.
Yes, exactly. Jeez.
Here lies Jeff Meacham, September 5th. He was 39 years old. He did make WrestleMania after all. Anyway.
I'm not going to have a voice.
No. All right. JJ, you are right back on the air tomorrow, brother.
Yes, I am. I will be back tomorrow on the Casa D18 Studios channel with the War Zone, the weekly acquisition report, where I show off some of the newest additions to my ever-growing media library. On Monday, prior to Ask the Dads, hey, it's Fat Albert.
Oh, Lord.
As I kick off Keenan and Kel week, it's going to be a film with Keenan Thompson as Fat Albert.
Ah, here it goes.
Damn right. Who loves orange soda? Kel loves orange soda.
Oh,
Good Burger on Wednesday. Both of them together. And then on Friday, we take a look at Kel alongside Ben Stiller, William H. Macy, Janine Garofalo, Paul Rubens in Mystery Men.
Paul Rubens in his first major post-Pee Wee Herman role. Well, let's not discredit that movie for a minute, despite what the critics actually did.
Yeah. And then on Saturday, 1 week from today, new release Saturday, Bullet Train. The new film in theaters got Brad Pitt, Sandra Bullock, Aaron Taylor Johnson, and a slew of other people. Bad Bunny is in it.
And a shit ton of good reviews.
Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things. I can't wait to get to the theaters, hopefully Tuesday this week, so I can see it.
There you go.
Regal usually does $5 Tuesday, so I'm hoping to get to see that so that I can go ahead and get that canned.
And for the old school folks in the room, tell everybody how come you were almost late to the party today. What movie were you watching for your review stuff?
Oh, today, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the movie.
Hey, down
Yeah.
there.
Hell yeah, dude.
So that'll be coming up shortly on the channel. Actually, that'll be coming up on my birthday on Monday, August 22nd.
And we've got that and the SummerSlam title changes dad's episode the same day. That's going to be a great Monday.
And for a little twist on that SummerSlam title changes, whereas Jeff usually goes last on the wrestling ones, I will be going last on that week since it will be my birthday show.
And all super chats and donations that day go to the JJ birthday fund. So keep that in mind.
Save your money, kids. I'm looking
Save
at
your
you,
money, kids.
Big G. I'm looking at you, Josh. I'm looking at you, Colin. Save a couple bucks to throw my way that day.
And yes, he's no longer straight edge, so you can do what you will with that.
And then if you missed it today, go back and check out my review of Nope. As I mentioned,
I need to see that shit now.
Yeah, as I mentioned, very near and dear to Jeff's heart now that he knows that one of the main leads is rocking a Canyon Cowboys jersey for most of the show.
Yeah, by the way, you can't see because it's a green screen, but our colors have been green and gold since we came around in 1968 when the Packers were still the team. So
there you go.
Good stuff.
So yeah,
Noah.
lots of good stuff on my channel. Noah, bring us home. What have you got going on this
Quickly
week?
before I read the studio.
You know me. I keep it short, sweet, and simple. Always a pleasure, gentlemen. But folks, you want to know more about me? Know this. I am just a simple man and a lifelong fan. Surprise nobody, including James, has turned me into a Mr. Crocker Fairly Odd Parent skit whenever I do this. But anyway, James, don't get any ideas. But anyway, folks, I am just a fan of professional wrestling. Damn it!
Wait, the idea's already planted in my head. Professional wrestling, damn it!
Damn it, James! You freaking idiot! But I digress.
Buy the shirt.
Buy the shirt. The Jeff Meacham Multiverse Media and beyond. Anyway,
that'll be the new shirt, by the way.
Marvel font. Multiverse of Madness. I'm just gonna call it right there. There's your Marvel quote. Anyway, find me on Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube at Foster1916 for all things wrestling. Shout out, of course, to the ATW family on Twitter. We'll be back soon with another ATW view impromptu ahead of AEW All Out. Preview discussing that card in full, along with this last month of professional wrestling. God help us. This might be the longest podcast to date. I think we're approaching our 30th episode since we started this thing. Stay tuned for more Sibling Predicting panels on my Sibling YouTube channel. Coming up will be AEW All Out and, of course, Clash the Castle. Me and Casey will also be coming together at some point this week to bring you our simple take and our finals preview of G1 Climax 32, where they definitely went over the max with this freaking 4-block madness that might literally end up with, God help us, extra matches in one of these blocks too. But also stay tuned for me, continue bringing you all elite coverage on the Daily Slam for AEW Dynamite and AEW Rampage. I will actually be attending AEW Dynamite live on August the 24th in Cleveland, Ohio, where I will be seeing Will Ospreay and Ozzy Open taking on Death Triangle in trios action. I cannot freaking wait.
That's my lady's birthday.
Dude, Ospreay live where he doesn't have a freaking load of alcohol in front of him. I am jealous of you on levels.
Oh, don't worry. You'll see me on TV because I actually have a seat literally one side of the ramp.
Take a sign that says open mic night on the Jeff Meacham Network.
Jeff Meacham Network.
Will Ospreay, open mic night this weekend.
You gotta make signs, bro. You gotta make signs.
Guys, I am just a simple fan. I've never made signs or promoted anything going to a show. I just be me.
Somebody get to Ohio, help this boy.
I'll make you the sign.
I walk alone. I just do me.
I'll make you the sign.
Josh, make a sign for Noah.
That's right.
Hell, he's gonna
help him out.
In my house.
We want Ospreay and open mic night. We want that to be a thing because we know, well, at least the people on the cruise know. It hasn't gone. Well, it goes on the cruise, stays on the cruise, unless it goes on YouTube. Will Ospreay and Jeff Meacham on the same stream needs to be a thing.
I do agree about that, but I don't think I have the power to do that. But
I have the power, Foster. Use the Force, Noah.
Look, if Will Ospreay's at one of the freaking meet and greets, I will definitely try. Hey, bot. I will definitely try and mention your name and see what happens. But that's basically everything that's coming up for me, too. I definitely will be part of the NoDQ review episode 202 at some point, so stay tuned for more on that. But as always, let me conclude because for once, to Open Mic Night, this is a simple professional wrestling week, too. Thank God. There are no winners, no losers, no bears. They're just fans with opinions for this passion we all share. At the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality, too. And just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling. It's as simple as that.
There we go.
There you go.
That wraps things up for another edition of Open Mic Night. 3+ hours. I'm a little bit surprised. Like, I knew it was 4.
But, yes.
Yeah, 7 o'clock. Jesus.
So,
you know what? It was him talking about going to 8 o'clock beforehand that threw me off there. Jesus, 4 hours. Like, I knew we were going to go long on this one, but holy hell, 4+ hours of Open Mic
I don't
Night.
think that's accurate at this point. Who cares?
To all of you that have been here the entire time, thank you so much. Even the bots. Thank you for keeping Jeff on his toes and dropping in. We appreciate
dance.
Oh, Lord.
We appreciate all the love and support that we get across the Jeff Meacham multiverse of media.
That's an extra.
For James Hebert, for the Simple Man Noah Foster, for the West Coast Professor Jeff motherfucking Meacham.
Damn it.
I am the Renegade, JJ Williams. Thank you for tuning in to Open Mic Night, and we will see you guys next week.